Good morning, everybody, and warmly welcome to the second day of Stop Hatred Now 2026. My name is Sonja Lindfors. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a choreographer and the artistic director of Urbanapa, as well as Stop Hatred Now, and I will be your host for this week. So, what is Stop Hatred Now? Stop Hatred Now is an anti-racist and intersectional feminist platform whose purpose is to create new multi-voice feminist discourse around anti-racism, inclusivity, and diversity within art and culture. It comes with a straightforward proposal that strives to stop hatred, oppression, and inequality and work towards inclusion, equity, diversity, and togetherness. The platform is initiated by Urbanapa, but co-produced in collaboration with 13 other arts and cultural organizations, and this is a really long list. So Catalysti Culture for All Service, Globe Art Point, Goethe Institute Finland, HIAP, Gila RU, Miklagård Arts, Nordic Culture Point, the Finnish Arts and Cultural Agency, the Ministry of Education and Culture, Uni Arts Helsinki, Titanic, and Zodiac Center for New Dance. So even though you cannot see us all, there are actually many. And Stop Hatred Now is supported by a multitude of organizations. We are thankful for your support. So friends, this year, Stop Hatred Now turns 11. For more than a decade, this platform has brought together artists, institutions, educators, activists, policymakers, and cultural workers to discuss, share tools, and work towards anti-racism, structural change, and equity within art and culture. And there is still loads of work to be done, as many of us know. This year's theme is accountability and care. We are living through times of polycrisis, and in recent years, the list of urgent crises has only continued to grow. From the climate emergency to the spread of racist, conservative, and nationalist politics, and the rise in anti-trans violence, austerity politics, and the multitude of ongoing wars, including in Iran, Ukraine, and the continuous genocide in Palestine. Many are exhausted, many are lost of hope. To all of who are struggling, activists, artists, cultural workers, and communities, your exhaustion and frustration are real and valid. We hear you, we stand with you, we see you, and we're doing our best to push for change. That's why we must continue gathering, listening, learning how to work together, defending equity, diversity, inclusivity, and human rights. We defend the right to dream, to experience joy, pleasure, softness, and community, to make, to question, to fail, and to grow. We defend the right to exist in difference across needs, histories, perspectives, and desires. Accountability and care. Who do we care for? Who are we accountable to? How do we continue working together during times of exhaustion, conflict, and uncertainty? And how do we build spaces where care is not only discussed, but actually practiced? Accountability isn't only about values written in strategies or beautiful papers or speeches like this. It is about action, responsibility, and consequences. The decisions being made right now in institutions, in artists working, will shape what kind of artistic futures become possible and for whom. Care requires commitment, reflection, and action. Sometimes care means support and softness. Sometimes it means difficult conversations, repair, and transformation. This year's program brings forth a multitude of different voices, a multitude that often remains invisible in the Finnish art and cultural field. We have artists, activists, educators, cultural workers, scholars, and academics from different backgrounds and practices, language, and knowledges. And we hope that this week will leave. We hope that you will leave this week with concrete tools, as well as concrete actions. But also with more questions, because it is good to stay with the question and stay with the trouble. And just a reminder, as we say every year, we cannot do everything, but you can always do something. So what is that something that we can start doing already today or tomorrow? Before we go on with the program, let's go through some housekeeping notes. Just a second. I will share here. There we go. So this is our 7th webinar, and we try our best to make it a great experience for all of us. But in case there are technical difficulties, your comprehension and patience are much appreciated. So as an attendee, your participation is a bit limited. You can participate by sending in questions via the Q&A option. And via the chat, you can keep the conversation going on with our behind-the-scenes team, in this case, Lisa Kalkowski and Tulko Ervasti, when necessary. And we are a small team here in the studio, so unfortunately, we might not be able to answer all your questions right away. So again, thank you for your patience. There is closed captioning by AI available, but you have to enable it yourself from your own toolbar here below. And if you're watching this via stream, unfortunately, you will not be able to send in questions. So please, please, please come to the webinar with us if you want to chat. And please note that this session is being recorded. One more thing, we hope that if you like it, please show it. So please share our stream or posts, tell your friends and colleagues to come and join Stop Hatred Now and give us feedback. We do this all free of charge for you, so all of your support is much appreciated. So friends, then let's go through today's schedule. It is an interested and packed schedule. We are looking forward for all the amazing talks. So we will start very soon with a lecture workshop by Sofia Vekesa with the title New Horizons of Intersectionality. Then we will have a tiny break, after which we will continue into a keynote by Michel Esayas with the title Making Hidden History Visible. And then after a tiny technical break, we will continue into a discussion with the title How to Continue on Community, Conflict and Care with panelists Michel Esayas, Paola Yalili, and Elena Vogue, and moderated by Yasmin Ibrahim. And after that, we will break for lunch. And after the lunch break, we will continue into 2 more panels. A panel with the title Beginning Otherwise, Rehearsing Togetherness with Nico Werden, Amache, Nadia Leham, and moderated by Antonio Atarach. And then we will continue into the final panel of the day with the title Finland is Pushing Us Out, Tools for Accountability and Care Towards Our International Art Community with Julia Chiao-Pei Liao, Patricia Carolina, Dalia Elbrul, moderated by Shubhangi Singh. And that is the end of our webinar. And then last but not least, let's bear in mind that this is an anti-racist and intersectional feminist platform. We strive to enable a multi-voice feminist discourse, and this means that we do not aim at consensus. We come from different languages, backgrounds, knowledges, and struggle, and we are oftentimes lost in translation. We do not have to agree. There must be space for new viewpoints and experiences, but the atmosphere must also remain respectful and inclusive. So now I will read out loud our Safer Space guidelines, hoping that we can also normalize these simple procedures that can make spaces and places a little bit more accessible. So in order to keep the working environment as safe as possible, we need each other's help. Let's not assume consent, let's ask for it. Let's respect the physical, mental, and emotional boundaries of others as well as our own. Let's not assume the identity, sexuality, gender, health, and background of others. Let's respect the opinions, beliefs, and experiences of others, even when they differ from ours. Let's be aware of our prejudice, privileged behavior in the space we occupy. Let's strive to act with positive intent and take care of each other. No harassment or discrimination whatsoever, no homophobia, transphobia, racism, sexism, ableism, fatphobia, etc. No discrimination based on locality, language, or citizenship. And then let's embrace diversity, complexity, and polyphony. Please note that violations of guidelines might result in removal from the session. But here I always also want to add that this work is also about trial and failure. So we will all fail once in a while. And that is also the aim of this week, trying and failing, learning together. So let's take this week as a practice. If we fail in something, also please let us know and we'll try to make this better. Is there anything else I needed to say? No? Okay, so now I have the pleasure to invite Sofia Vekesa here with us with the lecture workshop titled New Horizons of Intersectionality. And Sofia Vekesa is a dancer, DJ, performer, and lecturer of culturally sensitive and anti-racist practices. Their work focuses on building ethical practices in art and how to recenter marginalized people with their own narratives. Sofia's expertise is bringing the academic conversation into our everyday lives and practices and holding inclusive conversations and complex societal issues for all. Warmly welcome, Sofia. Hello, hello. Are you able to open your video?
Hello. I'm unable to start video. Start my video. Yeah.
Magic. Hey, good to see you, Sofia.
Good to see you.
We just had already like a tiny tech check, so now I will just give the ball to you in case you need any help with anything. We're here, so then you can just holler or write in the chat, and we're here to help you.
Great.
But now, Sofia, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Great. Hey, everybody. My name is Sofia Vekesa, and we will be talking about intersectionality today. And we will go back to basics first, like really what's the word about and all of these things. And then we'll a little bit look at the future. So let me just get into this sharing mode. Let's hope that this goes easily and swiftly, and then we will start. Share. Maybe. Let's see if I can people see if I move the slides?
Yes.
Yes.
Try it. Nope. Not moving?
Not moving. Once more.
Sophia, we can also share the slides, no worries. Would that be easier?
No?
Nope. Okay. You know what? Let's do so that Lisa shares the slides.
Yes.
No worries. So go ahead. And you just tell Lisa when you need to go to the next slide.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, yes, here we are. So back to basics with me. Yay. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we talk about intersectionality and intersectional feminism, we have to start with Kimberly Crenshaw, who coined the term in 1989, which is easy for me to remember because that was the year I was born. And here is also her beautiful picture and a reminder that intersectionality is a prism for seeing the way in which various forms of inequality often operate together and separate each other, right? So when we talk about intersectional feminism, often people also want to talk about white feminism and how the white feminism has a history of only focusing on the issues of white women, and then how it left out a lot of Black and Indigenous brown women. And if I can have the next slide, please. Yes. So when we talk about intersectionality, we talk about these different positions in society that intersect in one human or in a group of people. So it truly matters that what is the combination of different things: your educational background, your language, your abilities, your income, your gender, race. So it's a different thing to be a Black man and experience racism than compared to a Black woman, and so on and so forth. And then these there are multiple things intersecting always in us. So it's very important to look at it. And then we have to acknowledge that some of the things that we intersect with put us into a more marginalized position, and then some give us also privileges. So when we talk about these privileges at the same time, we will go into this emotional work very soon, but it brings up a lot of emotions because often we are very much occupied only with the things that we are marginalized with. And then when we start to talk about our privileges, that may raise some emotions. Okay, so next slide, please. Yes. So Kimberly Creshand reminds us, if you see inequality as a them problem, only an unfortunate other problem, then the problem is it's in you, right? So intersectionality, at the same time, it brings forth and into this in the center the most marginalized people who intersect in multiple different marginalized identities, but at the same time, it also brings the focus into all of us in the sense that we see how we are actually part of this system, right? So next slide. Here is a different approach to the same question. So when we look at the society and when we think about colonization and different forms of supremacy, we can see that how it's all connected, right? So here we have white supremacy, male supremacy, human supremacy, and how we can see how it affects these different forms of abuse, like slavery and genocide, and how it's all connected to different things. And then this form is made by a doctor who is trying to decolonize medicine. So the focus here is also on how nowadays we can see how trauma affects our health and how we are in this era of inflammatory diseases. So this really showcases how we can come back to body with these questions also. And when we enter the field of arts, and especially for me as a dancer, dance is a healing practice to me. So to actually heal from all of these different forms of oppression, dance is one of the answers, because dance helps us heal from this inflammation, right? But we can also see from here that how everything is also connected to the capitalistic system, right? And often I feel like we have these conversations, especially in the like global warming questions and ecocide, and how we are asked to see the intersections of how different people can take part in this activism, because this part of change is focused on not so much, like the focus often is not so much on the humans, but the planet in a more wider sense. Of course, it is about us humans, right? But in this conversation, people often forget it. So then to take part in this activism, it's very important to also come back to the human and also understanding like how we can take part in the fight and how different people need different things and come from different positions into the question. So there we can see how important it is, once again, to approach even that question from an intersectional perspective. Next slide, please. So once more about intersectionality. There is this case from back in the days from General Motors, and I believe that similar things happen at also Ford company. So somehow cars are involved, where in the factory, Black people were allowed to work and women were allowed to work at the office. So my question is that who was able to work at General Motors and who was not? And if you can write into the chat your answers. Thank you. Yes, Black women. So of course, if you were white, you were, from your whiteness, you were allowed to work wherever you were. And then if you were a man, you were allowed to work in all of the parts of General Motors. And then women were able to work as secretaries. So then Black women couldn't work in the office side, right? Because only Black women were allowed, couldn't enter the General Motors at all. And when the Black women took this to court, the legal system in US couldn't recognize this question because the questions of gender and race were like in separate parts of the law, right? So then when we talk about this structural issues, we can once more see that not only was this an issue and a question in this company, but it was also an issue in the law. Next slide, please. So then we come to this question of why intersectionality is still important in this year. And as Sonia said in the beginning, that the situation in the world is not very good. So we can understand that once something, especially if we talk about Finland, I feel like people are very concerned about the economy. When something is going really bad, then it affects all the other parts of the society. So then if the economy goes down, then racism rises up, right? And I would like to argue that nothing has really changed. Maybe we have changed a couple of laws. Maybe we have changed a couple of practices. Maybe we have become a little bit more aware, but the hierarchy hasn't changed at all, right? So the hierarchy of all these different forms of supremacy has still stayed the same. Wow, today I don't have a good English day today, unfortunately. So it's, when I thought about the question of new horizons, I was just like, but like, why new when we haven't even tried to fix the old things, right? Next slide, please. So now I would like you to take 5 minutes and write down, when we talk about culture, that what is culture actually? And you can write to the chat or you can write to your own paper if you want to. Yes, I will put a timer here and we can start. Okay. And we have 1 minute left. Okay, so I assume maybe a lot of people are unable to use the webinar chat. So I hope you wrote down on your paper some of the answers. Yes, okay. Question, what is culture? Something that people can share in common, music, dance, for example. At the same time, there is no such thing as one single culture. Culture is connected to what as people we experience in our life. Exactly. Hey, Rafael. Yeah. Is there some other answers? People who would like to add to this? I'll wait a moment. Yes. Culture is expression of feelings, thoughts, and hopes. For me, culture is what leads to the discussion of the public. Yeah. It gives a way to process things that are in the gray areas. It gives a voice to those who otherwise wouldn't. Wait, now I lost you. It gives a voice to those who otherwise wouldn't get one. It gives us a possibility to find middle ground and ideally a common ground between political extremes. It is the only way we can express things without talking. It isn't a constant, it's liquid. Culture evolves, changes, and moves on as our cultural identity shifts as well. It is the guiding light for our nation and its people. It gives us identity and freedom. Beautiful. Way of behaving, a set of norms. Yes. Also, company culture is culture. Yeah. Collective and shared ways of living, shaping us and shaped by us. It is traditions, families, history, stories, beliefs, knowledge, politics, overlapping and intersecting, evolving and changing. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Here, I have a picture of a dancehall artist named Spice. And this is a picture from one of her concerts. And in dancehall, we have this thing called daggering. So, and this is, is a moment from a song called Sheets, where she invites somebody from the audience to be part of the song. And daggering is a very cultural thing in dancehall that looks to people who don't know about it a bit dangerous. It looks very sexual. It looks very aggressive, but especially if you don't know it. But once you know daggering, then you see it from a different perspective. And that's why I put the picture here, because I feel like it's often a thing that I face, that it's very cultural thing, that is very nuanced, and it's in dance, but at the same time, it brings a lot of emotions to people who don't understand it. So if we can have the next slide, please. So this is a very basic and old theory of culture, and it's called cultural iceberg. And in this theory or way of looking at culture, the idea is that like an iceberg on water, you can see 10% of culture, and 90% of culture is something that you cannot see, right? So 10% of culture is like all of this, like how the language, the food, the outfits we have, music and arts. So often things that we can have some kind of sense of, like we can taste it, we can see it, we can hear it, we can touch it. And then 90% of culture is something that is harder to see or detect. And at the core of this iceberg, there are values and norms, right? And then somebody said about culture that is also liquid. So how I also like to see culture is like clouds. So clouds like have like sunny days, and then we have stormy days. So instead of like talking about culture as something that would be a ladder, that nowadays we can hear like people talking about, oh, we're moving backwards. I don't think there is like this like forward and backward motion in culture. I prefer stormy days and sunny days. So it's ever changing. It's ever in this some kind of transformation. It never stays still. And then if we think about clouds as in layers, we can see that there is, hey, here is the culture that I'm from Helsinki. Here is the culture that I'm part of also. This is my dance community. Then there is the culture of Finland. And then there is the culture in my workplace company. So these layers that we can take part in, right? And when we look at this, like cultural iceberg and the core and the values and the norms, and this idea, for example, that what is good and bad and what is the true nature of humans, all of this is like these beliefs are in at the core. The 10%, the art is a manifestation of that to me. And sometimes the art can be just a somehow manifestation of what is, and sometimes it can be the critique of it, but it still lives in this cultural iceberg, right? So to me, this idea when people talk about art made in a void, or trying to avoid some kind of like influences from outside, feels strange and also uninteresting. Why would I want to go somewhere where somebody doesn't want to have a conversation with the people that live in this culture? Why would I want to go and see something that is not aware of how it's part of this? feels weird. What does it then have to do with me if you are trying to avoid this? So, and then when we think about art as these glimpses or like snapshots of culture, then it's just a snapshot of where the cloud is in that moment. And then the cloud changes and we change and our art changes, and the questions that are important to us on a personal level, but also on a global level change all the time, right? So that's how we move forward. But I feel like we could have, my question is that what would the art field look like if we would be more aware of this? Yeah. Next slide, please. So in arts, there is this saying that hipsters are people with resistance without a cause. And now we're talking about nowadays hipsters. So the hipsters of the like 100 years ago were the Black jazz musicians in the States, who were trendy and creating something new, and that is completely different. But now that we're talking about nowadays hipsters, we're talking about often people who have a lot of privileges and the need to resist, but the cause is lost. And that's why hipsters are critiqued for this like performative existence in a sense. Like now, like when was it? Like a couple of weeks ago, there was this like performative reading thing in front of the university. I feel like it was a very funny thing and also part of this critique, right? So when we enter art, we have to ask like who makes art, who gets to imagine, and who tells the stories. If we look at the cultural iceberg, and I'm sorry, my dog is seeing some wild dreams and kicking the fence. So when we think about intersectionality and who gets to make art and who gets to imagine, and then whose imagination are we looking at, I think it's very important to come back to intersectionality. And we're at this moment where I believe that we need to build a field where most marginalized people would get to make art, not just about the oppression they experience, but basically just whatever they like. Because just like somebody wrote in the comments about like what is culture, like what the opportunities it has to just like build the bridges and just create a better world. We're not using the full potential of art if only certain people, privileged people, are allowed to make art and are the people whose art is experienced, right? So, and often I feel like when we look at like this, especially like hit productions of somebody who was somehow marginalized, often these hit productions still are about oppression. So then we have this pattern of like, oh, now we have this Black artist coming here and they made this art piece and it's about oppression, and then the audience is fully white, and then they can experience this, oh, now I understand more about oppression, and this keeps on continuing. And then the question for me is that when do I get to make silly little pieces about picking my nose or me playing PlayStation? Yeah. Or whatever it is that I like, and maybe sometimes about things that have nothing to do with my intersections, and at the same time how my intersections might affect the performance about me playing PlayStation. So often the marginalized people are put into a position of making art about oppression, but also put into a position of making art or facilitating people's healing. So when we go back to the chart with Rupa Marja about the inflammation and how the different forms of oppression affect us, we can understand that a lot of marginalized people have created healing practices, and a lot of these practices are part of their art also. So me as a dancehall dancer, I can see how dancehall comes from Jamaica, from marginalized communities, and how it really is a liberating and a freedom dance, and I enjoy it. And when I dance it, I also get to experience and I do heal. But at the same time, this dance has value and has value even when, not just from this healing perspective, right? But at the same time, I feel like I wish that we could move forward into an era where first we should pay our therapists, right? So a lot of marginalized people who make this healing art, we should acknowledge the healing power of it and the knowledge of healing from this oppressive system that oppresses all of us. But also the question of when do we shift into a place where this healing for the actual marginalized people would be maybe funded, and maybe we could also move away from that the healing that is, I would say, is in the center all the time, but it's not seeing, but would move away from this like center. So next slide. So when we think about new horizons in intersectionality, I believe that the new horizons, and my argument is that privileged people will take charge of their own emotional process. So we can apply 5 stages of grief in becoming aware of one's own privileges. So here we have the stage 0, that is unawareness. I'm unaware that I have a privilege. For example, I would be unaware that me being cisgendered is a privilege. And often you hear people saying stuff like, oh, but you're thinking too much, right? And then the next stage is denial. And this is the moment where people also say, I'm not racist, but. And then we move on to anger. And anger is it's just a feeling that can be directed to like different ways. So some people might be angry for the person who delivered the message, right? So, oh, I'm so angry, Sophia is so annoying. She told me that I'm white and there's something wrong about her. Or anger can be towards the society. Oh, I'm so mad about this society. Why do we have all of these forms of oppression? World is such a bad place and I'm angry. Or the anger can be towards oneself. So I'm so angry to myself. Why didn't I get this before? Why am I only becoming aware of this now? And yeah. And after that, oh yeah, one more thing about anger. I feel like often when we enter these conversations about privileges and intersections and identities and oppression, people are afraid of making people angry, right? But here we can see that that is already a step 2. So getting angry is part of the process and it's also progress. So let's not be afraid of making people a little bit angry, right? After anger, we move to bargaining. And this can sound like people saying, I can't be privileged because I come from a single parent house and I have had mental health issues. So now we really enter this question of intersectionality. Just because you are marginalized in certain things doesn't mean that you wouldn't be privileged in some other ways, right? So, for example, me as a brown person in Finland, cisgendered, I would try to make a contract with my white trans friend that, hey, let's change for a day. So you get to experience racism and I get to experience transphobia, and then each of us get a break for a day and maybe we understand each other better. And then we shake hands and then we put names on the paper. But then when we leave out from the door, the rest of the world didn't get the memo, right? So my friend still experiences transphobia and I still experience racism. So this exchange and bargaining doesn't really work. Me, as a person who experiences racism in Finland and in this world, I can be very much in solidarity with my trans friends, but I will never know what transphobia actually feels like, right? So we cannot bargain and we cannot exchange in these different forms of oppression. So after bargaining comes depression. This is the part where people just come to the realization that world is a little bit horrible place, but then come into this conclusion that it's just too much and I can't help it. This is the moment where I had an actual real life conversation about this. The white twerk dancers say that, oh, me as a white woman, I have to stop my twerking hobby because it's cultural appropriation and I have to find something else. But people not shaking their ass has never given anybody their human rights. So not doing something is not the solution, right? It is rather that, hey, I love twerking, let me make this intersectional, let me actually put the Black and brown women in the center who created this dance, and let us all stay in the hip movement and heal from the same oppressive system, even though it oppresses us in a different way, but it still does hurt us all. So let's shake. And then we enter acceptance. Okay, so this is kind of like a school project and I have to take part in it. I don't have to fix it all by myself, but I do have to give my part. World is a horrible place, but hey, I have privilege, so I actually have a lot of power to use for the change also. Okay, next slide. So the last thing, we take a moment to think about that, that if you were a butterfly and all of these different intersections, all of these different identities and positions in this world that you hold are part of your beautiful color scheme in your wings. What would be hard to see? What takes up a lot of space? And how would you color the wings with the different parts of you? And I feel like this is a reflection that I want to give you, that becoming aware of who you are and how you're positioned in this world is very important. But I also hope that people understand that just because I'm privileged in this one thing, it doesn't threaten the complexity of who I am as a human, right? So let's take a couple of minutes and you can write down reflection of yourself. I'm sorry. Reflection of yourself. So, like you would color the wings. Okay. I'm sorry, I forgot to say the time. So let's take 5 minutes for this. Okay, so just a quick question. Do I still have 5 minutes or are we done with the time?
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. So people, if you could please write a little bit about your reflection or share something. And also, if you have questions, I'm open to questions now. We have 5 minutes.
So you can either write in the chat or then in the Q&A option, and then those who are following via the stream, unfortunately, you're not able to send in questions. Maybe you can reach out later at some point.
Okay, maybe the reflection happened on the paper. It can be also very personal, so I do understand if you, the question is not to share everything you wrote down, but maybe some reflection of how you're feeling and where are your emotions at this moment. Sonia said that we have been talking about the fear of failure. And perfectionism is one of the parts of white supremacy culture. So I do feel like it's very much connected to this question. And part of healing from this system, this white supremacy system, is definitely allowing yourself to be an average human being, right? And shifting the fear of failure into something else, into allowing yourself to be a human, into allowing yourself to also not know, make a mistake, fail, and then come back. And then, what is the apathy of being privileged? And how it can be also used as an excuse. Can you share more what you mean? Oh, that I'm just a human being. Yeah, but so is everybody. So I feel like this has a lot to do with also how often marginalized people get praised for being so brave. But there is nothing brave. There is just no other options than to do and be and try to solve the thing, right? So if people would once again come back to what Kimberly Crenshaw said, that that if you think about that this question is only about them and not about you, then you are the problem, right? I feel like we should definitely work and study these things and anti-racism so much and so far that the understanding of like how is this all connected to me would become evident. Rafa wrote complex emotions of the multiple intersections in me. Super important to be reminded of the fear of failure caused by white supremacy. Yeah. Good invitation to be with the trouble in me and move on, not to be stuck with it. Yes. Nyt siivissä näkyy paljon iloa, joka tupsahti niihin tästä ihanasta lektorista. Okay, so there is a lot of joy in the wings. See? And also, like, what kind of privilege is that? And that is the best privilege to have, because to share joy with other people, that is like deeply powerful, right? Some thoughts I had about the butterfly color. I have a lot of colors in me, but I feel like the ones that are hard to see still are the most vibrant, like the sides of me that people will see the most easily only scratch the surface of myself. Yes. And I feel like why I like to talk about this butterfly and also how we are seen, because this is definitely a question of, are we seen in the ways that we want to be seen or need to be seen? And what are the parts of us that are often seen so easily or so much or so quickly that the other parts get to hide? So it's not only about like who are you, but also this, like, how do we live together, right?
That is the ultimate question. How do we live together and work together?
And how we can flap our beautiful butterfly wings and all admire just the different shades and colors.
Hey, thank you so much, Sophia. This was really amazing and great, and a great start for the second day. There was a really nice comment that, hey, this seminar means so much. I want to learn more and be a better ally to marginalized people and give space to their voices in my community. So thank you so much. Really amazing. So again, like this year's theme is accountability and care. So this question of intersectionality, as Sophie was talking about, is also, of course, like caring for a community, caring for oneself, understanding all the intersections that live within us, understanding that things are changing and moving. So our privileges also change and move. And this was a really important reminder. So thank you, Sophia.
Thank you.
Friends, now we will move on with the program, but before that, we'll take a tiny break. So maybe you can move your body a little bit, write some things down if thoughts are starting to move, take some fresh air if that's possible, drink some water. Feminist work, intersectional work, anti-racist work is real work. We're really using energy, so it's good to stay hydrated. So we will continue, let me check, in 10-ish minutes with Mitchell Esaias's keynote. But before that, let's take a tiny break. See you in a bit. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the second day of Stop Hatred Now 2026. My name is Sonelin Fors. My pronouns are she and her. I am a choreographer and artistic director of Urbanapa, as well as Stop Hatred Now, and I will be hosting this week. And now I have the pleasure to invite our next keynote speaker, Michel Essayas, with the title Making Hidden History Visible. Michel Essayas is co-founder of New Urban Collective, a network for students and young professionals from diverse backgrounds with a focus on the Surinamese, Caribbean, and African diaspora. Essayas studied business studies and anthropology at the Vrije Universiteit, Amsterdam. In 2016, he co-founded the Black Archives in Amsterdam, a cultural center based on a unique collection of books, documents, and artifacts documenting the history of Surinamese and Black people in the Dutch context. The Black Archives develops exhibitions and public programs based on the collections and urgent societal issues. So, warmly welcome, Michel. Are you here with us?
I am. Thanks for the warm welcome. Let me just turn on my video camera.
So good to see you. How are you doing?
Very good to see you as well. I'm good. Had a few busy weeks and months, but happy to be here to share some thoughts and go and engage in conversation.
Amazing. Can you check if you can share the slides and then I will give the floor to
Let
you.
me share the slides. I got it down. I always get very excited when preparing, then I end up with 100 slides, but I cut it down to 29, so I don't go over time.
That's amazing.
So yeah, shall I get started or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. All right, so thanks again for the invitation, first of all, and for organizing this amazing series of events. I think it's very necessary and important that we create spaces to, exchange knowledge and experiences about these very important issues. As was said, my name is Mitchell, co-founder of the Black Archives, based in Amsterdam, where I'm at right now as well. And when I was approached for this talk, I thought, okay, what should I focus on? Because when we talk about conflict and accountability, there's so much to talk about. So I decided to really look back on our experience of the past 10 years, because we celebrated our 10-year anniversary last year. And I got some of the lessons down to 5 lessons, which I can hopefully inspire you with. So lesson 1 is also introduction about the work that we do. So I try to combine those lessons. And the first lesson I wanted to share is how important it is to create our own safe spaces. The former speaker already talked about the challenges that people face, people from marginalized communities, can be Black people, women of color, especially when we take into account all of the intersections. Life can be very challenging. Life can be exhausting just to be yourself when you're in a space where people don't check their privileges, when people, when you're faced with microaggressions, with institutional racism, sexism, patriarchy. So we need spaces where we can be ourselves, where people have, a level of knowledge and respect. You don't have to explain who you are, what your background is. And we can, be energized, especially in societies which are still built on, all kinds of structures of oppression. So I want to share very shortly how we created our own safe spaces. And I also want to, emphasize that I, as a person, as a Black male, I'm still learning, still growing. And we as an organization are also still learning and growing. So I hope to learn from you all as well. So how we created our own safe space and why. I was born and bred here in Amsterdam. My family is from Suriname, a former Dutch colony. And going to school, I noticed that we didn't learn anything or very little about our part of history and culture. We didn't learn anything about history of slavery or colonialism, let alone resistance against it. Another thing I noticed was that this was very white, especially when I went to university. Amsterdam is very diverse, but the university was very white and Eurocentric. So together with a few friends, we set up a collective called New Urban Collective. And we started organizing all kinds of events where we address issues that we found important. So about history and culture, but also about personal development and things like that. So 2015, a few years later, we were approached by two guys, Chemo and Miguel Helbron. Their father was a sociologist who did a lot of research on colonial history.
Sorry to stop. If you're sharing slides, we can't see them.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. My bad. I thought I had.
But we can also share them for you if you want to.
No, it's fine. My bad. I thought
No worries.
everybody could see my slides already.
No worries. No worries. Now we see the whole desktop. Yes.
Okay.
Now we see also something on the side.
Great. Can you see the full slide?
No, there's something on the side as well. Like we see your system has run out of application memory.
Yeah. That's okay. And this? Now you're good.
And now if you put it on full screen, now we still... Okay, there we go.
All right, okay. So this was a slide I shared before during the intro. So I'll keep this a little bit short so we can delve into the other lessons. But shortly, we were approached by Chemo and Miguel Helbron. Their father was a sociologist who passed away at a young age, and he left behind quite a large collection of books, which his sons shared with us. So we started in a small little room in Amsterdam North because we found it so important to have our own space where we could talk about our own, issues, history, and culture. But we had to leave that space because of gentrification. That's when we ended up in the building where we are located now. This is a building owned by the oldest association of Surinamese people in the Netherlands, founded in 1919. And when we ended up there in 2016, so 10 years ago, this is what the space looked like. So as you can see, it was quite messy, a bit, unorganized, very dusty. But we were allowed by the elders to use the space. And we had no clue what was in these boxes. We just knew we needed space desperately. So when we started cleaning up, we found out that there was a fascinating hidden history, a gem of hidden Black history hidden in those boxes. Because of time, I won't show too much, but this gives you an idea of the kind of fascinating material that we found. These magazines from the 1960s, a book signed by Langston Hughes, a Black queer author from the Harlem Renaissance, but also things from closer to home, like these papers about labor market and housing market discrimination in the 1970s in Amsterdam. Also pictures and pamphlets of people in the Netherlands commemorating the abolition of slavery in the 1950s and 60s. So all of a sudden, we found a history of our own, of our community, which had never been shared with us before. So after a while, this is what the space looked like. As you can see, it improved a bit. And yeah, we literally created a space, or maybe you could say the space also found us, where our stories, our histories were at the center. And when I talk to people till today, it's very empowering to not have to explain, to not be at the margins where your life, where your culture is being represented. So what we try to do, we develop exhibitions, public programs, events, workshops, all kinds of activities to make these histories accessible to our communities. So here, for example, you see us with Angela Davis. We talked about intersectionality. Kimberly Crenshaw also visited us recently, and she may come soon again in June, actually. If it goes through, everybody's welcome. And one of the important things that we try to do is that we try to highlight histories of Black women, Black queer women in the stories that we tell. Because when we look at Black history, we know that it's often erased and silenced. So there's a silencing, but there's a double or even triple silencing when it comes to Black women, especially Black queer women. So I have to give credit to my colleagues and like Jessica, who has been very imperative in putting this on the agenda. And this is an example of an exhibition we contributed to in Venice a few years ago. So we recently moved back. This is literally from a few weeks ago, where we reopened our renovated space. And we house a few different collections now. So feel free to visit us when you're here. Lesson 2. We think it's very important to confront white innocence or white supremacy and structures of oppression. And over the past 10 to 15 years, we've been part of a new wave of anti-racist movements and activism in the Netherlands. And we use the term white innocence from the work of Gloria Wekker, a Afro-Surinamese anthropologist who wrote this seminal book. And I think it relates to the situation in Finland as well. And she describes this as this paradox, where on the one hand, you have a very strong self-image and narrative, where people, especially white people, tend to look at themselves and look at the country of, country of innocence. Yeah, maybe we've been involved in slavery and colonialism, but it was a long time ago. We don't do race anymore, quote unquote. That's the dominant narrative. And the problem with that narrative is that it erases and disavows the experiences that a lot of Black people, people of color, women of color still face, because 300 to 400 years of colonialism obviously left behind traces in the current society. But because of that dominant narrative, it is or was often very hard to address that. And when you try to address that, it was often, disavowed with aggression, with violence. And we experienced that over the course of the past few years. Because of time, I won't delve too deep into it. But we've been part of a movement against a very racist blackface tradition called Black Pete. So when we talk about care and accountability, I thought this was a very important lesson, because a lot went well, but we also made a lot of mistakes in hindsight, which we tried to turn into lessons for others. Because over those years, we were organizing protests, debates, petitions, all kinds of ways to address the issue of white innocence and white supremacy. But it came at a high cost. This is one of many examples of the violence that we were confronted with. In 2019, for example, we had a meeting, which was, we were confronted with right-wing extremist violence, and they literally demolished my car. And my partner, colleague at that time, Jessica, really suffered from a very serious burnout and panic attacks for years after that. And this is a quote from a text which we recently co-wrote and published. And in that text, she kind of uses the writing as a way to process her emotions and feelings. So she writes, you can read the quote. Suddenly I remember the words of my late mother, who warned me about this. A revolution always eats its own children. And that is who I felt, being swallowed by our own revolt. After the attack, my body went into a complete state of shock, but I didn't notice its impact until the day after. Yeah, I can share the article with those who are interested, but she really suffered from panic attacks, burnout, and serious issues for quite a long time. So lesson 3 is the other side of the coin. We were quite successful in addressing the issue of racism. The Black Pete tradition has been abolished in most cities and schools. So we've been, awarded with prizes, and, things have gone quite well with the movement. But the other side of the coin is that a lot of people have suffered from trauma, have suffered from activist burnout, have suffered from, in hindsight, our lack of infrastructure of care. So what could we have done better? What should we have done better? Again, in hindsight, we provided aftercare incidentally instead of structurally. So only when, we were confronted with, very serious racist incidents, we organized something incidentally instead of making it part of our structure within the movement and organizations. We should have hired more expertise about burnout and, emotional health and psychological health instead of just, Googling stuff and asking people randomly what to do. We should have created and given more time for healing. And I think that's also for me, myself personally, that's one of the biggest challenges, I think, till today. Because we live in a capitalist society, and as an ambitious person, as an activist, you try to change things in society for the better. You work, you put a lot of time and energy and effort in the work that you do. However, at what cost? And it really took a lot of time, and I have to be honest, it still takes a lot of time and effort to really take a rest. So I'm actually going on a vacation tomorrow, and I have to challenge myself not to open my laptop and send emails. By the way, can someone tell me when I still have 5 minutes left, then I know how much time?
Yes, absolutely, I can.
Thanks. It's very important to be mindful of the variety of emotional costs of activism. Also a lesson and insight I learned. Jessica was my partner, both as an activist, as a colleague, and personally, unfortunately, currently we're just colleagues. But both from that experience and in general, when we look at these issues from an intersectional lens, I know this, and we learned that, we can be in the exact same situations, like the right-wing extremist attack, but it has a different impact on our bodies. Why? Because she has a different emotional baggage than I do. Other people may have a history of, depression or a lack of a support system like family and friends. All these things have to be taken into account to know how to deal with the burdens that we carry and to heal properly. And that's really something that we could have done better or should have done better. These are a few books that have inspired us to think and act in a much more mindful way. The one on the left is in Dutch, but it's a book written by one of our elders. He's a psychologist and psychiatrist working on intergenerational trauma and healing. Glenn Helbert. I really hope his book will be published in, translated one day. The book in the middle is written by Clarisse Gargar, also somebody who was active in the movement and wrote a book about the lessons that she learned from being active. And the book on the right may be familiar for a lot of you. It's called The Rest is Resistance by Tricia Hersey, in which she really shares insights about how many of our ancestors were forced historically to, put their bodies on the line for this capitalist system, and why it's important for us to really mindfully rest and resist the grind culture of capitalism by being busy all of the time.
Now you have 5 minutes.
All right, good to know. Only 2 lessons left, so I should be able to make it. One of the things we did within the Black Archives, and I think it's also important to say that it's still a work in progress. As I said, we started as a grassroots organization, a student collective who kind of coincidentally ended up with this very special collection. And throughout time, we grew into a more professionalized organization. So at the time that we were on the streets as activists, we didn't have money or time or that much resources to hire a, human resource expert or some human resource expertise. We had to figure things out ourselves a lot of the times. But now we have some more time, some more resources, we're in the process of professionalizing. And this is one of the important lessons one of the HR experts shared with us. And I think, especially when we talk about Black women, you can carry your burden with a lot of grace, with a lot of beauty. So from the inside, I've noticed that people can look amazing. They smile, they look well, they look good. But when you ask them how they truly feel, they can already be in the face of being overstressed and on the verge of a burnout. Oh, that's my look at. Try to get this moment of fame as well. So this kind of knowledge is very important for me as a organizer, that you shouldn't just look at, the outside and the physical appearance of a person. You should really take the time to talk to people and also let them reflect on their own state of being to prevent burnout and activist burnout as much as possible. Lesson 4 is to allow space for growth, both intergenerationally and horizontally. Because when we look at these issues from an intersectional point of view, a lot of us are faced with all kinds of challenges, burdens, issues, problems. And a lot of the knowledge and wisdom that we need to survive and to thrive in society, we don't get it from home. We don't learn it in school. So sometimes it can be hard on ourselves when we make a mistake or when we, don't do something perfect, but we can also be hard on each other, especially in activist spaces. And I think that it's very imperative to allow ourselves and the people we work with within these spaces to grow. And of course, it doesn't mean that we should leave space for serious forms of abuse and human rights violations. But I do see and have experienced that sometimes it can be very, very harsh and judgmental when people may, not have read Kimberly Crenshaw yet because they didn't go to university or didn't, read the latest academic paper or talk, and may say something wrong. Often we're very quick to judge. So what I experienced and what really helped me was that we had a circle of elders, and some of them you can see on this picture. Ernestine Convalius, for example, is one of the activists who was active in the 70s and 80s. And she really coached and mentored me, shared her wisdom and knowledge with me, and allowed me to make mistakes and grow. And that's what I try to do with the younger generation as well. Last but not least is no healing without repair. When we talk about accountability, and one of the first lessons I shared, we did, okay, let me formulate it differently. In 2021, the mayor of Amsterdam was the first mayor in the Netherlands who apologized for the issue of slavery. And a year later, the prime minister of the Netherlands apologized as well. On the one hand, this was historic. It was, something nobody expected 10 years ago. And it was the result of decades and decades of activism, which came at a cost for a lot of people. So the apology was great, but What does apology mean when it doesn't come with a serious form of reparatory justice? So the last lesson I wanted to share is that apology, both on a societal level, but also on a personal level, is a very important step. However, we should always push for forms of reparatory justice. So the work that we're doing now is that we're trying to push for reparations, both on a local and societal level. This afternoon, we have a talk with the Office of the Mayor because we developed an advisory report about what reparatory justice could mean in our context. And one of the things that we are demanding is funds for access to emotional and psychological support for people in our communities who have suffered from all kinds of abuse, institutional racism, patriarchy, sexism, etc. So those were the 5 lessons I could come up with for these 20 minutes. There's much more to share. And I look forward to engaging in a conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mitchell. Wow, really, really important points. Now we still see your screen. You can, yeah, exactly. Thank you. But yesterday, for example, we had 2 very important conversations. We're also talking about in smaller groups about this Finnish context and how, for example, lack elders here, oftentimes because Finland is such a young country, so the history is very different. So in certain contexts, we really, for example, miss this intergenerational support network. So these many of these lessons also about the need for HR structures or more support structures where people can also rest, heal, discuss conflict are so important. So thank you for that. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions for Mitchell, but no worries because we're immediately going to go into the panel discussion where you will for sure continue with these same topics. So friends, next in line, we'll have a discussion with the title, How to Continue. So coming back to Mitchell's question also, how do we continue with the fight, with pushing for equity and change and justice? How to continue on community, conflict and care. And as panelists, we have Mitchell Esaias, Paola Jalili, Elena Bage, and this conversation will be moderated by Yasmin Ibrahim. So do we have Elena and Paola and Yasmin here as well? Good morning.
Morning.
Good to see you. Do we still miss Paola? Paola, are you here? How's it going, Yasmin?
It's really good. I was just listening to Mitchell's presentation, and it's so interesting. I think also the slideshow where he shows like the different stages from being like completely well rested to being burnt out was so important to have a visual arc to see how it goes, basically.
Amazing. It seems that Paola dropped out, but Paola, we're trying to get Paola back. But meanwhile, Mitchell and Yasmin, if you can add your pronouns after your name, so then it is easier to go on with this conversation. Elena, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm in Olmaiväki, which is a small place that my mother's family is from. This is my great-grandmother's and father's house. So I'm here and having a Sami language week with a friend.
Wow, amazing. Yasmin, I will now give the floor to you. Probably Paola will, once we get Paola back, like they will join the conversation, but maybe you can already start. So the floor is yours. And if you need anything, we're again here to help you. So you can either chat or then just ask for help.
Thank you so much. I am using my headphones, so please let me know if my voice isn't clear or something. But yes, welcome everyone. And I'm really excited for this conversation. I think it's a perfect segue from what Mitchell was talking about prior to this. I'll give a brief introduction about myself, and then I'll dive into asking the panelists about themselves and talking about conflict and care. So yes, my name is Yasmin Ibrahim, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm a curator, producer, dancer, waitress, and I think all of these things inform my practice. I'm very focused on working with queer and trans BIPOC individuals in Finland, specifically from the Global South. And so, yeah, I'm currently based in Helsinki. At the moment, I'm in Denmark, but I'm currently based in Helsinki. So maybe we can start with Elina, and then you can tell us about yourself, and then we can wait until Paola gets here. But then if she's not here yet, then Mitchell can go next.
Yeah. Well, my name is Elina Våge Michaelsen. My pronouns are she, her. I'm living in Tromsø, Romsa, northern part of Norwegian side of Sápmi. I'm an artist and musician. I work with a lot of different mediums, but I think I always kind of come back to sound as a very big interest of mine. Yeah, I'm Sami, and that also informs my work a lot. I run a platform that I've called Shuva, which means like a, when the wind blows through the trees, that sound. And it is a platform, or maybe rather a meeting place, or like a platform for making meeting places for Sami experimental music, for experimentation, for talking and thinking about listening from a Sami perspective, and how the Sami sounding world, what is our view on our sounding world, and how can, philosophical questions around listening also. So yeah, getting people together, and I'm here in this panel. I think talking from the perspective of Shuva mostly. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much, Elina. I see that Paola's now here. Hey, Paola.
Hi, I'm so sorry. My internet died, but I think it's back on.
Do you prefer to introduce yourself now, or do you need a moment to settle in, and I could tell Mitchell to introduce himself?
Maybe that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, I'll briefly introduce myself during the talk, of course, but other than that, I have a background in anthropology, and over the past 10 to 15 years, I would say about my work at the Kikau Zwarte Piet, the anti-racist movement, and the Black Archives have been a much more important learning school when it comes to issues of care and accountability. And I literally this morning had to have a very serious conversation because unfortunately, even within our own spaces, sometimes bad behavior happens. But I had to give a very serious talk with a person who crossed certain lines. And because of the knowledge I learned both from activist spaces and elders, fortunately we were able to deal with it in an appropriate way. So I think for me, the practice is a very important learning school, and that's why these kinds of conversations are very important as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Mitchell. Paola, would you like to give an introduction now?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for having me to the Stop Hatred Now working team, and super nice to be with Mitchell and Elina. My name is Paola Khalili. My pronouns are she, her. I was having some internet issues also because I live in Helsinki, but now I'm in a residency in Sweden. So hello from the south of Sweden. I work as an artist publisher, a cultural worker in Helsinki. And I guess I'm here representing the work I do with a collective called Feminist Culture House. I will also refer to it as FCH because it's a bit shorter and faster to say. But we are an intersectional, feminist, curatorial, and editorial collective. We work in Helsinki and we produce exhibitions, publications, tools for change. And all of this is with the objective of trying to create working conditions that are more fair, to have better representation, and also to have more inclusive structures within the art field. So
Great.
maybe that's enough for now.
Yeah, that's great. So we're here in this panel to talk about conflict and care and community. What does it look like when we want to do repair for harm? And I think it's really important to start off by talking about who are we talking about, that because conflict can happen with so many people and it can happen across multiple different groups in society. I think it's really important to specify who we're talking about here and what your community is, who they are. So Paula, maybe you can start by talking about that, especially because you have you're working with a direct community, but then you're also publishing something for a even wider network.
Yeah, of course. I guess the work that we do at FCH is we define it as something that sprouts from lived experiences and artistic practices. And the community we work with is something we've also kind of defined as underrepresented artists and cultural workers living in Finland. So it's like very geographically specific who is underrepresented within this context. On that matter, that approach has changed over the years because FCH has been working for many years with different collective members. But perhaps now what I would focus on is the work we've been doing for the last years together with my colleagues Gladys Camilo and Katie Lenanton. We all work from this kind of intersection of all of us being non-EU artists, immigrant artists working in Finland and in a field kind of that maybe isn't really familiar with the conditions that non-EU artists are dealing with. So like on top of like the precarities that the art field art workers in general have to face, then kind of like there's like a second layer of obstacles kind of that come from like these immigration bureaucracies and this border politics. So we are kind of interested in working with these practitioners and also in advocating for better representation and better working conditions for them. But we also think that once you, if you're working with immigrant artists, non-EU artists, and advocating for their rights, you are also advocating for the rights of like larger communities, the whole art field at large, and many other people that are underrepresented. So I think maybe what Jasmine you were referring to is like the work we do through publications. We publish several resources online. Most of our publications, if not all, are free and available to download on our website. And we share lots of tools and methodologies to work through collectivity. And I think this is where we then can talk about conflict, because what we also engage when thinking about collectivity is that conflict is something that will often happen, maybe as you, Mitchell, were saying, like in all spaces, like things like conflict happen. So what we try to think about is how to maybe normalize thinking about conflict, and it doesn't have to be taboo, but then it's very difficult, of course, and like it's not something that most of us enjoy doing, but like that's what we are trying to kind of normalize and like share tools to facilitate these processes.
Yeah, that's so great. Thanks, Paula, for sharing that. Maybe Elena, because you have like a more specific community that you work with in Chuba, then you can talk about that community and also kind of following the same thought process as Paula. That how does that affect your approach to conflict in that community specifically?
Yeah, thank you, Paula. Shuva is it's, I guess, a quite a narrow interest of mine, and I guess it's also for a kind of a narrow theme and for a, but it is for everyone. It's open for everyone with an interest, even just the slightest in Sami music or listening. But it is, I guess it came from a place of missing a place for my own art and music because it is not maybe easily labeled as Sami or it's ambiguous somehow. And I wanted to create a space for ambiguity and for the strange and for the experimental within Sami culture. Because there is maybe a certain conservatism, within, let's say, booking for festivals or like making space for that. So I thought I cannot wait for anyone else to make space for these kind of expressions. And so through a residency at Borealis, a festival for experimental music in Bergen that lasted for 2 years, I kind of got the initial support to start this platform. And so there has been 3 meetings, you could call it, or like gatherings by now, and the last one was in Tromsø. Sami musicians, thinkers, and also Susanne Kite, which is Lakota, composer and artist, and Jesse Kleman, which is Inuit, also came and attended, and kind of it has also grown into something more like pan-indigenous, maybe you could call it. And it has the form of a talk show. I've called it a talk show collage. It is somehow led by me, but it is very like brings in very different expressions and formats and put them side by side. And there is food and there is conversation. And it lasts for quite a long time to make space for everything. And the last edition had a special focus on truth and reconciliation, which the report from the Norwegian side of Sápmi came out just a few years ago. And so I guess my lens is to think of truth and reconciliation through listening. What does it mean to listen? Who are we listening to? And also within our language, I've used the last couple of years to take back the Sami language. So also with a deep interest in that, looking to our language, what does it tell about our reciprocal way of relating to each other and to listening. So I guess that has become a tool of mine to make conversation and a meeting place, because of the colonialization and assimilation of the Sami people, I guess a very normal tool is to put people against each other within the same culture. But we have a big diversity within our culture, and it's important for me to both make space for that and to allow for meetings between those differences.
Yeah, that's so important. Like reclaiming the language. I think also think of that in Arabic as well, and how it's perceived in Europe as a language, and the limitations that were imposed on us when talking about conflict amongst each other. So I think it's really important to kind of critique and have a very conscious lens about word choice and how language separates or brings us together. And it's a perfect segue to now talking, because Mitchell, you were talking about kind of a conversation that you had earlier today with someone who's in your community about boundaries being crossed and about kind of like reminding them of like the importance of the work that you're doing and kind of focusing on that. And so I wanted to ask about what care looks like in those conversations when there has been conflict, and it's not about removing someone from the space, or it's not about kind of that someone like needs to be exiting, but how to keep those conversations and how to keep that community. So I thought it'd be great to get more insight about that from you.
Sure. So the steps that we took, we received basically we received a complaint from a volunteer about the behavior of a certain individual. And I think one of the most important things that I learned from it is to take it seriously immediately. And what you often see is that things can be dismissed or disavowed. As I said in the talk, everybody has a different character, a different level of emotional baggage. So for one person, a small remark can be, something that they can brush off and just continue their way. But for another person, it can literally trigger trauma from the past. And that's kind of something that happened this time. So it was something that happened that had a large emotional impact on a volunteer, whereas for another person who was also in the situation, it was they just went about their day. But we discussed it with the team. I said, we need to take this very seriously. So we talked to the person. I think it's very important. I think that she felt heard and seen instead of dismissed. And after hearing her, we also, had a conversation with the other person and explained why this behavior is not acceptable, and that the boundary was crossed. Hence, if this happens again, then you have to do something else. So this was a lesson for us. It has not happened very often within our community, but where there are people, you can expect that some kind of conflict or issue will happen. So it's best to prepare and anticipate on it instead of being reactive. And as I said during the talk, one big lesson we learned is to really kind of build an infrastructure for care instead of being reactive and trying to figure out stuff along the way. It's easier said than done, obviously, because you need the knowledge, you need the tools, you need the resources. But one of the things we are trying to do is both Black Archives, but also Kick Out Zwarte Piet. We formally ended Kick Out Zwarte Piet because we had a few goals with the action group. One of the goals was to, ban and denormalize the racist tradition, and we achieved that. So we ended it formally in December last year. But one of the things the movement is doing is we're creating a handbook with lessons we learned from the 10 years that we were active. And within that handbook, we also want to write about, concrete tools for care, especially in activist spaces. But a lot of those lessons can also be used for cultural spaces. So yeah, we hope to finish that.
Yeah, that's so great. And I think it's also like echoing what Elena was just saying about listening as well. I feel that in Finland it's still quite it's a little baby when talking about conflict and repair, and there seems to be like a understanding that it's one way of approaching, or one thought process of approaching harm and repair and reconciliation. And I think it's really important to remember that there's not one way to approach repair, especially when you are trying to work within community and you are trying to uplift, and you have like kind of what you said, that you have like bigger goals as the Black Archives, and it's really important that you stay focused and anchored in these goals. So yeah, it's very insightful to hear about how the context is outside of Finland. And then maybe it's really nice to hear from Paula kind of the approaches that we have in Finland. Yeah, so we can just get some insight basically on maybe where we are now and where we need to get to.
Yeah, I guess I agree with what you were saying. Yeah, I like about this kind of reticence of dealing with conflict, but also I guess we in our work we are very inspired by abolitionist practices that I guess they deal with conflict not through punishment, harm, exclusion, because that also often the punishment, harm, exclusion also often affect people who are already marginalized. So we are very inspired by abolitionist proposals that think of like collective well-being in different ways. And one thing that we definitely learned from reading these thinkers was that there is not a fail-safe way of dealing with conflict. I think here, maybe it's interesting to hear what you think, Yasmin, but I think in here there's this idea that when there's conflict, we should hire expert that will facilitate this conflict. And it's kind of always like an external person. And I guess it's easy to, it feels like an easy solution to find someone who would be an expert and you can pay for them and then the conflict would be solved. But yeah, I guess
I completely agree. And I think it's also it's very particularly difficult whenever we're working with underrepresented people in society, because the system really, especially in the Nordics, it's really not built for us to work for us at all. And so there is so much context and layers that are lacking whenever it's someone who comes from the outside and tries to approach harm reduction or harm repair. So I completely agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, because I guess you can be in a situation where you are the only non-Finnish person in a group, or like a person of color, and then I guess not everyone is standing on the same ground. So yeah, I guess what we propose, and maybe I can make a little advertisement of our most recent publication that FCH launched last year, which is called Windows of Tolerance. Tools for ideal collaborations in an unideal world. I can put a link in a while. But yeah, basically the way we start this publication is thinking that we are living in an unideal world in general and in an unideal art world more particularly. So we have there lots of exercises, checklists, tools to deal with different parts of collaborations, and one of them is a section on negotiations and conflict. So basically, we kind of include conflict as part of the negotiation part of a collaboration, and it's kind of like, again, to say that probably this will happen, like when you put two or more people together like this is something that might happen. So instead of thinking of this like external expert that can come to your group, we provide like different like prompts of conversation to think of conflict and to deal with conflict together. Or I mean, I guess you can also bring other people from outside, but kind of from the understanding that this is kind of like a tough work that we have to do. It will be uncomfortable for all I guess it depends on the personality of everyone. I particularly don't like having to deal with conflict, but kind of one has to accept it. And then we provide like tools that are hopefully helpful for people working in like artistic environments.
That's so great. Yeah, I don't think anyone particularly enjoys working through conflict, but I like to think that the benefits outweigh like the avoidance, maybe.
I have a friend who told me that she likes dealing with conflict, and I was like, wow.
Wow. And then in the next panel, discussions will be great. Maybe Elina, because you were talking about the meeting that you had about the truth and reconciliation, it'd be really great to hear what other people's perspectives are maybe of how that relates to conflict and how it's made you approach it within Shuva.
Well, I think Shuva, or like the goal with Shuva, is to kind of provide a space that is for Samis, even though the audience might be mixed, but Shuva has also happened as closed kind of sessions or workshops, but to create those spaces for us, and where we can get the possibility to speak to each other, not from or not always as against the oppressor, or like relating to the oppressor, but rather having the space to deepen our own conversations about our own challenges, our culture, that is the living culture. And I find it so important to have those spaces and those conversations where, because if not, everything becomes like in relation to the majority society or the majority culture, and I guess truth and reconciliation we are so far from reconciliation. Things are happening again and again. Continuous conflicts, pressure on lands, pressure on language, and I don't know. I guess Shuva is like a little piece, a very, very small piece within a very narrow field of creating or like talking about our truths, making space for those. But the reconciliation part feels miles away. And the majority organizations, institutions, they have such a big job in front of them to take their responsibility and see that they like, even though my organization is placed outside of Sápmi, and they think, what do I have to do with the Samis at all, or Sami culture? You're still part of the big story, and you have to take your responsibility within the reconciliation part, looking towards Sápmi and learning. I don't know if that was an answer to your question, but I think it's
No,
Yeah.
it absolutely is. But I think I also I found in my own experience that the smaller organizations and the smaller initiatives and projects end up actually having so much to teach about like harm repair and like active listening and all of these necessary tools. And so I don't think, even though like Shuva might be like a small like a dot in so much that needs to happen that is outside of the community's control, it does still so like have so much power in it because there's a lot of care and shared history. And so I think that's really something that oftentimes we lose sight of, maybe, and we think that the repair, and of course not to say that the organizations don't have like, or the institutions don't have so much work to do, learning so much work to do, but that it's also like so significant, the work that happens in Shuva amongst like the community.
Yeah, and why wouldn't we speak about like Sami noise? What is it? Or like yeah, listening from a Sami perspective, experiencing performative works that kind of expand our knowledge prior to about what Sami performance can be. I think these are also very important things to make space for, even though they might look kind of narrow within the whole picture.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's extremely healing, I think, sound and connecting with that part of your history, so healing. And that goes again into repair and community and care and how we approach conflict. I see that now we have 8 minutes, if I'm not wrong. And so it's very exciting for me and really beautiful to talk about conflict repair. And I also wanted to give space to the future. And because we're all, I think, sometimes on the receiving end of harm, but then sometimes on the doing part, like having taken active part in doing the harm. And I believe that there's no escape from that. It's going to keep happening. And so maybe a better approach just to talk about what our hopes are for the future when we talk about conflict and care in community. Yeah, and so who has like who would like to begin? I guess maybe Paula.
Yeah, sure. We have in the publication I just shared, I guess we have like these spreads with kind of questions that we leave out there for reflection. And one of my favorite ones is it says, how can conflict become transformational and a site for growth? So I guess it's also flipping this perspective of conflict being just something bad or awkward or annoying. And yeah, I guess like the ideal would be to have it as something that transforms you and lets you grow and lets the art field grow. And maybe on the side of like care, I guess when you sent us like the preparing questions for this conversation, I was thinking of like this word care. And I guess for me, my dream would be that like institutions and the people who have power and resources would actually care about this, as in caring, as in taking action, and transforming and growing.
And listening.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so great. Mitchell.
To piggyback on that, the similar thing in mind. Based on my experience, I've had experiences where conflict was not addressed, or small issues turned into bigger issues. And I have to be honest, I can be a little bit conflict avoidant as well. So I've been told. So yeah, when you avoid too much, unfortunately, it can grow into a bigger thing that could have been prevented if you've just addressed it immediately. So that has been a big learning point for me personally, and it's also something that I try to share with my team members within the Black Archives now. And when I look at the wider community, because conflict happens on different levels, interpersonal within the organization, within the movement, on a societal scale. And one thing I do really hope for my community is that we can have more productive critical conversations, because sometimes I feel like we're harder on each other than on the actual people in places of power, because we feel powerless. So because we don't feel, or a lot of people within the community don't feel like they have the power to, for example, change societal structures which reproduce racism, sexism, etc. They bring that energy to each other. When maybe you can have a difference of opinion or a difference of vision, and instead of sharing that different perspective on a critical but productive way, it often immediately turns into conflict. And I've seen that happening with elders. That's why I always said, so not that I'm that old, but I've watched it happen with a lot of elders that often, that I was like, hey, we really need to do better as a younger generation. Even if we have a difference of opinion, a different strategy, a different vision, can we at least have a civil conversation, and turn that conflict of confrontation energy more towards outside instead of towards each other. And that's really something that it has gone better, I think, over the past 5 to 10 years within our community, but there's still much to learn and to grow.
Yeah, I think definitely Finland is very much the same as Mitchell, that they're extremely conflict avoidance, and the smaller issues end up being like a kind of snowballing into really, really large conflicts. And I think also a really important part in dealing with conflict and looking to the future is understanding how time is a factor, not just time to like take space from the conflict, but to think through and reflect, and how, because you said that you've come a long way in those 5 years. And like when you were talking about conflict, and so I think it's really important to think of time as like an active resource to use. Elina, and then we do have one question. So after Elina talks about her future hopes, so we can take the question.
Yeah, I guess talking about listening, I guess listening is also used as a tool to say we listened, but it doesn't land anywhere. It doesn't make any difference. It's just it's a way of saying we have involved the right people in these conversations by listening. And so I guess my hope is that the truths, the stories, our stories, that they land somewhere and are that the understanding that to listen also carries a responsibility. It is then something you need to act upon if you have received information. And to make space for we need to create our own spaces, to not wait for anyone else to make them for us, to have our conversations, to deepen them, to be able to also resolve things from within. I guess those are a few hopes.
Absolutely. I think it goes quite nicely into the question that someone asked, that do we have any tools, or do you have any tools for mediators who are mediating the conflict resolution or transformative justice process? Does anyone have any insight about that? I think for me, I echo a lot. Like I agree with Elena. I think listening and active listening for mediators, especially when you're, like I mentioned, coming in from an outside context and you don't really understand maybe the power dynamics, the layers of relationships within an organization or an institution. And I think the second thing for me is like not being reactive. And that comes very much hand in hand with listening and active listening. But how about you guys? What do you think?
Just because I was talking about abolitionism, Migrants in Culture, which is a great initiative based in the UK, has this syllabus for a peer learning syllabus for exploring everyday abolition in organizational practices. And it's a really nice resource that has like actual exercises that one can use. And yeah, I would just recommend Migrants in Culture work in general, because they explore these topics a lot.
Thank you for, you just shared it, yeah?
Yeah, one concrete tool I relearned a lot from was this blog and also book by Adrienne Marie Brown called We Will Not Cancel Us. And within the text, she shares her insights about differences between conflict, harm, and abuse. Often you see that those three things are conflated in the one thing, whilst they can be distinguished and they need different forms of addressing it. And the text really gave us some insight in how to deal with these different forms of conflict, abuse, and harm. So I can recommend to read that.
Absolutely, yeah. I think being able to name what happened is really important. And I also recently downloaded this image. This is not really, but very related, about the feelings wheel. And so being able to name the feeling that I'm having kind of helps understand, okay, where am I at now and where I'd like to get to if harm has been done towards me. So I think it's like naming and using language is really important. Elena?
Should I answer like the last question that came in the chat, or should I?
Yeah, I think that sounds great. So we got one more question. It said that how do you decide within your communities in what conflicts that need resolving and which ones do you overlook?
Oh, that's a big question. Maybe I really cannot speak from like the Sami community at large, really. And how do we decide within our communities what conflicts need resolving and which one we overlook? I need to think a bit about it. Maybe someone else can answer.
If anyone has kind of a definitive answer, that would be great, so that because I think we have about 1 minute now. Yeah, or
Maybe that's something we all live and let ferment. It's a big one.
But it's a really huge question. Mitchell, do you have an answer?
Well, I don't have the solution, but one thing I did learn is that, as I said, wherever you work in general, but especially activist spaces, there will be conflict. the difficult issues we are dealing with. And what I did learn is that often the people who are the loudest get the most, attention, whilst that may not even be necessarily the most imperative issue. So it's also important to, really look into the case itself, at power asymmetry, at safety. Maybe someone is introvert and somebody is very extrovert, able to advocate for themselves. There's maybe also certain privileges, doesn't. I think it's really important to take into account all these things. And also look at your own capacity. We can't solve all the problems in the world. And sometimes things just have to,
Yeah. But maybe this is a question then for the communities or the people that are listening or following the stream, that if you have tools, how do you decide within your own communities what conflict does need resolving and what is part of everyday kind of like life or the practice within art or activism? Please let us know, like share your tools and strategies. But thank you so much for this really, really great conversation. Again, this year's topic is accountability and care. And I think these questions around conflict and conflict resolutions are so very center in that. And thank you also, like Mitchell had a perfect ending, understanding again that conflict will happen. Like we are bound to like create friction when people with different backgrounds, heritages, knowledges come together, but also within our communities, we are not the same, we're not coherent, and understanding already that is a great first step. Thank you so much, Mitchell, Elena, Yasmin, Paola. This was a great conversation. And again, a reminder that all of these conversations will stay in our website, stophatrednow.fi. So please feel free to share or revisit the conversations later as well. Now we'll break for lunch. So we'll have a 25-minute lunch and then we'll continue with 2 more panels after that. So we will see each other very soon. Thank you. And take some rest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good luck with the rest of the program.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Hello, everybody, and warmly welcome back to the second day of Stop Hatred Now 2026. So today our topic for the day is community and care. And now we will continue into a panel discussion with the title Beginning Otherwise, Rehearsing Togetherness with Nico Werden, Amache, Nadia Leham, and moderated by Antonia Atara. Do I have Nico, Ama, Nadia, and Antonia here with us? Hello, can I get a mic check from everybody so I just hear everything is working? Antonia, how are you doing?
Yes, hello. I'm doing really good today. Had a good night's sleep.
Nadia doing today?
I'm all right, thank you. I'm visiting this festival from Poimu here in Pasila. So nice to see you all.
Amazing. Nice to see you. Nico, how are you doing?
Hey, yeah, I'm also doing good. Excited to chat with these lovely people.
Amazing. Amma, how are you doing?
Also good. Also excited.
Okay, amazing. So friends, now I will give the floor to you and Antonia. And again, if you need help with anything, you can either chat us or then you can just also ask for help. But have a great conversation.
All right. Yes. I feel super excited to start with this conversation. I'm actually very much waiting for it for a long time. So I'm really happy to see you all here again. I could also kind of recap also what it's been described, the panel discussion, just for a general kind of information would be quite good. So this panel discussion will be on new beginnings, on new communal practices. As a starting point, the panel will explore questions around the space between art and activism, the work of community and gathering, the meaning of art, and how art can become meaningful or engaging for younger generations. Our hope is for this discussion to be a thoughtful and alive conversation that makes space for different experiences, approaches, and ways of imagining togetherness otherwise. So very broad, but also detailed at the same time topic. As Sonia also mentioned, or I don't remember if she already mentioned, but I'm Antonia Atara, and I will be moderating this discussion. And I'm really happy to moderate this also because it's a thematic or themes that are close to my heart in my work. I'm an performer and artist and pedagogue, and been working various places in Helsinki at the moment. And I could say that as a starting point, I thought it would be nice for us to kind of present ourselves, our background or title of your own choosing, and then maybe like why you are here, or more like your connection to the theme that is in question. Maybe we could start with Ama, for instance, if that's okay.
Yes. Hello. So my name is Amache, and I work with dance, and I mainly work with youth and children, and that is my connection to this topic that I feel very passionate about, children in specific. I've also worked with community projects, both a little bit here in Finland, a little bit in Sweden. I lived in Sweden for most of my adult life, and then I'm also often in Ghana, and there I've like latest years also started to do some work. Yeah, so that's my background.
Yes, thank you. Maybe Nadia can continue.
Okay, thank you, Antonia. So hello, everybody. My name is Nadia Leham, and I live in Helsinki right now. I work with dance and all the things involved with dance. So choreographing, producing, teaching. I think, well, when it comes to community, I think I have both been working professionally with, like, in the art field now, but I think also I have been involved in political work and kind of trying to understand where these things connect and where they have similarities and where they are the same and where they are not. I think I teach at places, for example, Chaos Company, and I've been substituting quite a lot at Queer Dance group, and I'm a part of Punking Diaries, and I think these are places where there are kind of strong communal aspects. And then I think in some places where I work, there might not be, although we speak about it being somehow community, and I'm very curious to speak about that. And what else? Yeah, right now I'm in Helsinki. I have lived in Copenhagen, which gave me a lot of kind of inspired me a lot, or set the tone of how I think about the world because I lived there when I was much younger than now, and I kind of got to know the more autonomous political spaces, and I think that has affected my thinking a lot. And then I studied in Outokumpu for a few years, and that has also been special because it's a completely different place than the capital city of Helsinki. And then I have a background, in club and street dances, and then have kind of come into the contemporary dance field, in short. So, yes.
Thank you, Nadia. Maybe Nico then.
Hey. I feel like I suck at these intros, but let's try something. Hey, I'm Nico. I'm a performance artist and a cultural worker. Right now I'm in Romsa in Sápmi, and I've been here for 3 months. I'm leaving next week back to Helsinki, where I normally live. And I'm doing an internship here at Tromsø Kunstforening or Romsø Taidesida in Northern Sami. And my focus here is like on working with accessibility, and I'm like facilitating a little group of local disabled artists here. We are making art together, so that's lovely. I guess like questions of like working together are quite central to how I think and make as a performance artist, and also in other kinds of cultural work that I do. I'm also like very much an activist and have had like relationship to activism probably my whole adult life. And that's definitely a space where there's always questions of community. I'm interested also at this like intersections of arts and activism, and kind of when it works and when it doesn't, like also this like kind of how it can be performative, but also like I do genuinely believe in the power of art, and I think when it's done well, it's a beautiful thing. And so there's something.
Amazing. Thank you, Nico, so much. It was quite good what you just said, because then we quite jump into the topic straight away. Which we will talk about community and activism, or more like, or start with that and continue forward. And I will try also now just to make things clear. I will ask, of course, one by one. Okay, what do you have something to say about this? If you need something to think about, then it's fine to say no, or just something like that. And I will continue to that. So then we don't have to raise hands or everything. I will try to pick you one by one. But yeah, when it comes to art and activism, I feel that I feel that that's usually the question is also a bit about like, is art activism? For me, at least, has been very like a recent topic. And also talking about activism, what kind of like forms of activism there are, and that could be a whole other panel discussion in general. So I will quite jump into the question of like, when does art become activism? Or like, especially when we work through art, like when does it become that? Maybe Nadia could start.
Oh, and I've had the mic on all the time. Please remind me if there's a lot of sound. And maybe we can somehow kind of, because I think some of us might have some of the same things to say, so I start with something and then somebody else can continue, you know, so kind of looking at this topic together. I don't know where to start. What you ask, when does art become activism? Was it so?
Yeah, when does art become
Well, I will turn it around somehow. Well, I'm curious about this topic because well, we all long for kind of being together. We all long for places where we know that we are not a product, or where we can be humans, and that where we know that the people we meet are humans and not, you know, kind of just a network of kind of making each other products or something like that. So maybe wait, you asked about community or activism or both?
Well, we talked about activism in general, so we can start with that.
But maybe I don't know how I said this, that there are kind of individuals and humans, and then there's kind of the art field, that where we make money also of the art we are making. Then there's, you know, NGOs and political groups and people getting paid for that and doing work. And then there's, you know, autonomous groups working anonymously together. And sometimes we get paid for what we do, and sometimes we want to be here and sometimes be here, and all of these things are somehow intertwined. I think it could be also interesting to state kind of where we are talking from, because in Finland these are very specific things. So, or like it's a very specific thing to talk about this in Finland, because in Finland, let's say some people doing some very kind of activist work on like stopping logging or something can be, for example, very close friends with politicians, and we're a very small little kind of world. So that's where we are. When does art become activism? I would say for me, I'm very curious to think about it through the lens of kind of resources. I think if I would be doing something that I would call kind of activism and be doing it with art, it would be something where I wouldn't be centering myself. I think it would be something where I work specifically, maybe not on a big funded project. It's something where I know that my skills can be used in a movement. Maybe that's how I would put it for myself right now, maybe a bit black and white. But yes, then there can be artistic projects where I know that I'm touching upon a political topic, or I'm speaking, for example, about disability, or what it means to have a body that looks very, you know, feminine in this world, for example. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, really nice, interesting. What about Amma? When does art become activism for you?
Yeah, I didn't, and I don't know if I even now have, and like, I don't have a set definition of it, but I do resonate with what you said, Nadia. And then I was starting to think, I was trying to take the activism into other industry or like topics, places of life than art, and thinking of like, is it more clear for me there? But I don't think so, because when I was thinking of this thing that you mentioned, Nadia, about the resources, that would it be if I would do it when I wasn't paid, would it then? Yeah, I don't know, but I got thinking through what you said, Nadia. Thank you for that. It was interesting. Yeah.
What about Nico?
Yeah, I'm thinking about this and like these questions. I guess while I've been here, I've been thinking a lot about like also like what do we call art, or what gets to be art or serious art, or you know, like what gets like lifted into this kind of like, oh, it can be in the kind of like so-called like art institution, museum, theater, whatever it is. And I think like, yeah, like I see art in activism all the time, but then like this banner making or like flash demos with like very elaborate dances, or you know, all of this stuff is like quite clearly art. But then like, yeah, I don't see that stuff necessarily, and it also does something to also bring those things into the like to detach them from the context of the street or so on. Like also does something And then like another thread I could like pull on is just like I'm sure an experience that all of us have of like being sort of like having to do activism kind of like against our will in order to work as artists. Like, yeah, I want to work with this institution, they want to work with me, but then I have to like heavily advocate for like my needs as a trans person, for example, and the needs of like my working group also, and I have responsibility to those if I'm like leading a project or something. So it's like, yeah, it's not always like a choice to be doing that activist work, but the ripple effects of that may be that that space becomes also safer for like future trans people who access that space. So it's like that, yeah, that's also just like a thread I could like pull in relation to this kind of Venn diagram of art and activism. And I also love like the like Venice like matriarchy project, and this like Paulina Fedorov like using the funds like generated by this like art auction to like buy back this land in Sapmi and return it to indigenous peoples. Like I love these kinds of uses of art in a very concrete way towards kind of activist aims, and when I see that done well, I usually cry. So yeah.
It's beautiful and very nice put, at least when it comes to this kind of the activist against our will, so to say, but because it's for always something that it may be not generated through some kind of work or even pay for that matter, to then of course when you come into a space where it's your like kind of activistic actions comes to use, then you kind of automatically do it also. Nadia, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think what Nico said somehow feels really key. Like maybe I could really recognize it, you know, say that there's the possibility of buying that if you get, let's say, Kone money, and you're somehow in a smart way able to take that money and put it somewhere where you really know that there's a difference, for example, with something so concrete as land, or where I know of a project where it's about the what is it called? Taking care of the forest, that when there's a logging, you know, somebody goes there. So then it's something very, very concrete. And then, for example, how I work is that, for example, when I come here and speak, then I think, okay, I'm getting paid for this. I'm somehow a half public person because I work in public spaces and I work with art. But then in another topic, or where it would be like maybe more suoran toiminnan, what does it mean? Like when we do,
I would say like action straight ahead, but that's maybe not
the
correct word.
Yeah.
But
then I think about it differently, and maybe not make it, because here I also made I shared this info that this is happening and I'm speaking here, so I kind of say that, hey, I'm coming here kind of also as an employed person, so that feels very different to me than when I work on something.
Absolutely. And it's also a bit about this that when you kind of use, well, it has something also with the financial things, like how do we also use our finances? Like, is the activistic work also to kind of rethink how we use the funding or the payment that we get, especially from these kind of spaces also. I was also, it came to mind now when what you were saying, that well, now we're talking about also like kind of a straight action or doing something concrete, but there's also this kind of arts of trying to represent things or coming into also something that is already built, but you are also having this kind of representation and, so to say, title. But I'm also, a curious question for me is like, when does this kind of, like, how can we maybe move beyond this representation of things and kind of maybe more move towards like, well, it has actual maybe a structural change, but like but actual structural change through art. Maybe Nico could, if there's something.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, yeah, about like, yeah, I guess it's like for me, if I wanted like, just I talk like from my personal like what I do, which is like so small in the scheme of like all the possible ways. But I think if I get some invitation, and I also feel that it like the invitation is because the institution or whoever's inviting me wants the representation. like some marginalized community that I belong to, or kind of like also like diversity in general. It's like, I guess if we're talking about that kind of representation, then I try to like take the invitation and like hack it in a way that makes it like possible to kind of like do something that feels like in some way meaningful and interesting for me, and therefore for people that I work with. And yeah, like now I'm at my workplace, then like, yeah, running this like club for disabled artists. Like it's really like about like how do we make art and think about like access in this way that involves using like artistic techniques and kind of through our practices and through doing and through making, like alongside each other. And in that way, it's like it's about doing. And I think like getting back to like making art is like really what I'm interested in at the moment. I'm like so interested in these questions of, yeah, for sure, like accessibility and like inclusion, and those questions are super important to me. And like, yeah, I mean, I like love to like also be on this panel and talk with you and these things, but I don't want to spend my life on panels. You know, I want to also make art. And I think like I try to like think, how can I make art with this invitation, and how can I like make space for like, yeah, I guess it's this same thing I was talking about, like turning into an activist kind of against your consent, because you have to advocate for yourself and your like your kin and the others you're maybe working with. And so I just try to like think like, how can we kind of use this space to actually do some creative work and think about these things through like, yeah, through making art and getting to make art. And that feels like the thing I want to always come back to. And I feel that I have an invitation that feels that it's like only on this representational level.
I understand that completely. What about Ahmad? Does this resonate in some way for you?
Yes, it resonates. Like both in regards to exactly what you said, of course, from my perspective, and then also my mind. I was thinking of this since I work a lot with youth and children, and I feel like I'm often, or not always, but sometimes invited in these institutions that their main goal is not, or their main audience is not children and youth, and I often feel like it's this sidekick project that, oh, now we want to broaden our and then I think in regards to what you mentioned, Nika, about this thing of just doing your art, I feel like it does something, because I often get into this since children and youth are my biggest passion, that's like the primary audience that I feel passion for, and it always crashes, of course, then with the institution, that then even if they try to somehow mask it into we are genuinely interested, I of course can always sense that it doesn't fully cater to the means of what I'm doing or what I feel passionate about. That me just then being passionate about my work and doing my work, I think often then ends up doing something in the space, if it makes sense, that not always needing to have a panel discussion, have a discussion in the institution and sitting down and talking about, no, they matter not just because they will one day be adults and but just because they now are children, that's enough, they matter just with that. So yes, I think the being able to be in these spaces fully in your authentic passion and your authentic drive, I think sometimes is enough. Yeah. But of course it's multifaceted, like it has many dimensions. It's also knowing that you need to somehow try to suojella, how do you say, protect the core of your heart, and somehow feel like that is something that is not per definition something that everybody would carry with sensitive arms, if it makes sense.
Yeah. Just like kind of like also not saying that, but it's like just being there, but also that's like also kind of finding that what is already there and what is the things that I can also use in that. But we kind of forget in, especially also these kind of like panel discussions, like what is already there. What about Nadia? Does this resonate at all?
Regarding representation, I think also again to kind of set the context of this panel, I think in many ways, I mean, people who listen to this, we are all kind of, we work with institutions, so we are kind of already quite institutionalized. Maybe we can somehow state that, because there is of course so much else too happening that sometimes kind of get, you know, into this more kind of institutionalized side. And even though like Stop Hatred now kind of wants to broaden the space within institutions, etc., I think it's still also like it has become, you know, a tradition, etc. So I think if we had spoken here a few years ago, it would have been different than kind of us now being here, and it's a yearly thing. And I think it's good to somehow mention that and to see how the positions of the kind of new initiatives change. But I think a couple of years ago, I participated, or I tried to participate in a panel on representation, and I remember we were all confused, or at least I was, and I think it is so beautiful when you see that people are let to do what they want, you know, regardless of their background or abilities, or that, you know, that now this person can tell the story they want and they have it in their hands. And that doesn't, for example, always mean like a flat structure where we have a director telling 5 artists you can do whatever and you can create your own story. It just means that, you know, that people can be humans on that stage. And I think we are kind of, this is where we need to come. And of course now in the where we are going now with this with the right-wing government, and also the surge of more like public racism and homophobia again in schools, etc. It's then when it comes to kind of facing discrimination, this is where the institutions then need to say, hey, we support everybody we are working with, what can we do to support you? But when people do their work, people have to be let you know, have the space to do their work, and not always having to kind of represent themselves from a certain perspective, how they are viewed. And I think now when I'm also in the position of like receiving some grants, we can speak about that also in stuff like what does that world mean, and also being Swedish speaking, etc. When I invite people to my projects, I try to tell them exactly why they have been invited. And then I also, you know, I want to try to make sure also that people who have maybe not taken the classical path of, you know, studying here and there and then getting, you know, to become like a professional artist, that I try to also invite other people. So those are the things I try to be very very clear with. And maybe also then saying about this thing of having to do political work. When I used to be severely disabled, kind of this thing of having to say things constantly about yourself. And maybe this topic, because we also spoke about young audiences and maybe young artist makers, of like it's okay to not understand how to do these things. It's okay to notice, oh, now I spoke too much about some private things and now I want to change. I don't want to do that anymore. And it's a strange job we're doing, because it's so public also. And I mean, we are there and our personal stories are there because they are somewhere in our art. And then we can also, like Amma said, like protect ourselves. And you know, it's somehow trial and error. And how I do is that I also choose my moments where I'm like, okay, now this is the place where I can really tell people, hey, you have had the same struggle as I, so you know, I can actually tell you what can help you. And it's something Lea Lakshmi Piepzna-Samarasinha, based in US, Canada, etc., Crip activist and artist, speaks about Crip doulaing. And I think this doulaing can be in any kind of concept where you're trying to tell somebody, hey, I can ease this up for you. I recognize where you are. How can we do this together? So that's where I kind of like very quickly turn into all this knowledge I have from what it means to work in this art world as a person, as the person that I am. But to somehow, I'm trying to learn to change gears, you know, and be like, okay, today I'm coming here as this Nadia. Now I'm doing this, and this is not to put myself in boxes. It's just that to take care of myself and also the people around me. I think it's okay to come to work and not having to share so much, for example. I think that's a really important thing.
Very good points. is there anyone else who wants to comment or not? You don't have to. No, but it was really good point also. I feel like I'm working with students a lot and with younger art students, and there's always this kind of like fear of making mistakes, or kind of like being a very like making mistakes or doing something that then is not irreversible in that way. And it feels also sad because art is just about like also about imagination, and then like even in our imagination worlds we are afraid to make mistakes. But that is, it's something that we kind of, does also the perspective we maybe have to change. Okay, what is that we focus on? Yeah. But I wanted to also talk about a bit, this was a good point, not talking about the students I've been working with, because there was a course that was the name Community Theater, and then that kind of like focus on, okay, community theater or community art, like, because activism, community building is a form of activism, but what does that mean specifically in art spaces? So my question is more about like, what is for you this like connection of community building or community and art? Hope this wasn't too vague of a question. Is there anyone who wants to start?
I could start because I've been thinking like about this a lot also since being here, and just like, yeah, I don't know. I spoke with a disabled student who said that that she had from the art academy here, and she said that she had like described her art as therapy, and her lecturer had said like, oh, don't call it that, it's serious contemporary art. Also, like going back to this question I have with activism, when does get to be called art? And then yeah, I visited this like amazing center for outsider art. It's in this small place called Trastad that is close to Harstad. But yeah, really, yeah, super kind of remote place, but it has this like long history of what there is an institution there where disabled people were sent from all over like so-called northern Norway. And a lot of people there made art when they were living there, and now it is this center for outsider art, and people, I guess, like mostly with intellectual disabilities, but also different kinds of disabilities are going there to make art still. And then they also have a gallery, and they're exhibiting these like so-called like outsider arts, which I think like, yeah, it's also a kind of term that can sit next to so-called community arts. And I don't know, is the goal to like get that kind of work into the institution? I don't know. Like, I think it's also really nice that these kind of outsider spaces exist where like there are people with particular kinds of especially pedagogical skills for facilitation and so on. And I don't know, is the goal to like move that into the, well, what does it do to like put that in an art museum? I don't know, but I think that like the work that I saw in the center like doesn't look concretely any different from anything I might see in Kiasma or anything. The only difference is that those artists probably don't have like a CV. You know, they cannot like apply for grants, like they maybe can't do some of these. So then they get called like that this is community art, the art is like therapy, and they're not like serious artists. And like this is like just like clearly nonsense and like something I want to challenge. But then I don't also like necessarily think that the goal is that we should like try to, yeah, like bring those things into the museum. But at the same time, like if they want to be there, they should be able to be, and we should start talking about like what are, yeah, like normalizing artists having assistants, like, you know, yeah. So I think there's like, yeah, some things in like big tension, but I just like really like challenge this like notion of like this is community art and this is contemporary art, because actually like they really materially also very often look like identical.
Yeah. Does this resonate to you, Nadia?
Yeah, maybe I can start shortly. I kind of lost my train of thought. Or yeah, maybe I could somehow say something about Finland also being a country of a lot of organizations or associations, järjestöjä. And I think I think we have been so keen on and having to demand and say that art is work, you know, to be able to get paid, that we have somehow, and because we're trying to tell, you know, the right-wing government that art is work, I somehow feel like we have sometimes lost the vocabulary of thinking about what everything else art is, and the different kind of value systems within these, let's say, even different fields, because they're different worlds, and even between more rural Finland and maybe who we are talking to today, because I don't know how, like, sometimes the art fields of like the rest of Finland and Helsinki intersect and sometimes don't, but maybe to say that there is such a big value in small associations, having art clubs, having in Outokumpu there's this house where this the association where people can come in for free, just that if they're members, to make crafts and kind of have that, and then there's us, and then we come to this idea of community building. And I think for me it has been specifically in where we have like specific groups for specific maybe needs. So for example, queer dance group, has been a specific need for people who are queer, trans, to have their own place to dance, and maybe there people can make connections with each other and create new things. And the same with Chaos Company. There's been a big lack of knowledge around accessible ways of teaching. So then Chaos Company and Chaos Collective and all these things associated with it has been created. But then there's this other part of the kind of fashionable word community, where I have had sometimes even in my Tinder profile that, you know, if we're not like we're not like exchanging resources with each other, you know, how can I help you? How can I be with you? Then it's probably only a network. And maybe going back to like young people who want to come into arts, sometimes like this concept of community can even like become a burden. Like, what is this? Like, is it even like unpaid labor, or is it that I should be friends with all these people I'm doing art with, or what does it mean? And for example, also what helps me sometimes now is to be like, okay, friends, then colleagues, and then, you know, there can be like a community that are people who I know that I'm dependent on, and who might be dependent on me, but we might not want to be friends, you know, and I might not want to be friends with a co-worker, you know, these kind of things. And what is confusing is sometimes these things right now, they go on top of each other. And what does it mean when like a paid institution starts to use the word community, and then, for example, have some people who get paid for some organizing and invite in a community of people? And sometimes I understand that it's about us maybe wanting to create more like soft structures around friendship, etc. But with less and less resources, sometimes it also feels like it just becomes even more like difficult to understand where I'm supposed to represent myself as somebody working and maybe getting a job with somebody, and when we're actually there, you know, for each other as people. So kind of to have the old history of community art and then kind of what these all new meanings mean today.
Absolutely. And also a bit that what is the need when we talk about community also, that, for instance, what is the need of the person of a community? Is it just that you kind of, when I think about always about this Swedish speaking Finn context also, that is a community, what like it's automatically a community, and we kind of like see, okay, we are the language, yes, we know this kind of, but then what to switch, like to kind of maybe switch the question to like what is like the community that we quite need, especially connected then to activism. Yeah, what about Amma? Does this anything of this resonate?
Yes, I was thinking a lot about the context of Ghana. Of course, it's in so many different ways different, and it's supposed to be good. It is different weather, it is different type of architecture, it is different a lot. But about this idea of them being community work and community arts and arts being separate, I think they have beautiful ways of combining stuff and working with these intersections. And I was thinking of this example of my friend organizing this festival in this community, where they performed, like professional artists, dancers were doing their works, and then they rehearsed in this square every evening. And of course, this is an example of architecture and weather affecting the way of things being organized. We can't do that all year round, but they can. And then, of course, children, for example, being super curious beings, always gathering around the rehearsal, and then understanding that this is actually something we can definitely, this very fertile space of meeting and connecting and building and making arts together. So after the rehearsals, they would then hold these like each one sessions with the children. So it would be this thing of like, they see us doing this thing professionally, and then understanding that they also have what you mentioned earlier, Antonia, about this thing of us losing this capability, us being so afraid of failing. I think children are often good teachers in that because they have this skill of just doing and that happened. That then these dancers understanding that this is like such a good bridge of showing the children that you are experts in this thing too, just from your like angle. And then later on, when the festival happened, the children would be obviously included in the there would be also workshops, so the children would also be able to attend the workshops. And they also made dimensions to what they were working with during these rehearsals, which I think is beautiful. Also, them having like non-Ghanaian people interested in this festival, attending the festival and attending the performances, them felt like also gave this credit to the youth to understand that this thing, because they were doing a lot of this traditional Ghanaian stuff also, that this is something that the outside world is also very curious of. It is very sad that that has to be somehow boosted through outside eyes, but that is also unfortunately how it often works. So them also being able to use that for them, the children, to feel empowered to know that this, what you do very spontaneously, is amazing and something that people travel far, far, far to learn. Yeah, so I think that was for me, that was an eye-opening experience of seeing how to combine this other idea of arts to this other idea of community-based thing. And again, I know that it's like I'm trying to tone myself with like, we can't do it in Finland because this and this. I'm sure there is ways, but of course it can't be the same. Yeah, I think that was my
Wow. I feel that that's a good point when what you just mentioned, also like combining when it comes to this kind of like experience of like, oh my God, this like, no, but we could never do this in Finland, or I think this is whole like a different kind of like cultural context. But maybe the question is then that how do we create this kind of feeling that community and gathering can be something that everybody like is equally part of it, and also learning together and kind of gathering. Which kind of leads to my like kind of bonus question for anyone involved, that like how do we, like in this kind of context of community building that has this kind of qualities, for instance, that Amma mentioned, like how could we start to invite or kind of do this kind of action in Finland? Maybe this is also an open, difficult question, but maybe Nadia would kind of.
Well, just in short, maybe I could say continuity. For example, what comes to like we have this kind of open punking, whacking practices, and there is Kisahalli, for example, that I think everybody who has been doing street and club dances in Finland knows. So sometimes it's just that we know where things happen, and then something with like, but it's something with our reality. How can we also, as people who work with art, how can we come to spaces where we're not trying to, gain anything from it more than being together. And I think this is starting to be, because I'm saying like, hey, let's try not to like always profit off our hobbies. Well, we are losing the regular jobs that there are. We have to start to somehow, you know, gain something from our hobbies too. And then I want to say to young artists, you know, it's really good to actually, it's okay to work with other things. It's okay to have another job. Tell people it's okay. You're still an artist, even though you work with something else. We all have to do other kinds of jobs. And then to come into places because we purely enjoy something and because we're curious about it. And, you know, so, and yeah, continuity, and that it's not a job. It's something for us to love because we are humans, because art will always be there regardless of all structures being torn down.
Yeah, absolutely. Nico, any thoughts?
I resonate a lot with everything you said, Nadia, and I'm now fully on the children track. I hope it's okay that I'm talking about them all the time, but I'm also thinking that exactly what you mentioned about this thing of not always feeling like we have to gain something, and also I feel like there is this idea of doing community work out of like that's the like that's when you give, and that's when you're generous, and that's somehow like the ethical thing to do. I mean, it is of course all of that, but I think there is also this, with that idea, I think that idea comes with this sense of the lack of feeling, that's what you just mentioned, that it's also just amazing to get to be in those spaces. And in regards to working with children, I think this is a very big societal thing that is difficult to shift. But I think if we would have this idea of children being teachers in their own thing also, not just somebody we need to teach to and we need to guide, and of course also they require guidance and deserve guidance, but also they have so much that we've lost, again pointing to what you mentioned, Antonia, about this thing of us adults forgetting stuff such as that we don't fail in art because it's art. How could we fail unless it's rude and all of this. So no, I lost my train of thought. That then if we would have this idea that, for example, children also are these amazing beings that we could learn so much from if we truly were not there just to teach and just to show and guide, that then I think that would also foster this place where we wanted to be with them, not just feeling like now I'm being super generous and this is kind of the exhausting thing, but let me do it, you know. Now I'm like pulling it to an extreme, but yeah, I think also change of mentality with the communities that we work with. Yeah.
Yeah. What about Nico? Is there anything that you?
Yeah, I could just like shortly like like reflecting on also what Amma said about the festival in Ghana, and I think like I'm thinking about invitations and like kind of like generous and like accessible invitations and what those look like, and maybe that is just having your rehearsal in public space and then children feel kind of invited and welcomed, and they kind of like look at it and they think, okay, yeah, that's like for me. And I think like how do we kind of make these kinds of invitations that people like kind of I have another example of this. I was working with this other side festival that happens in Muramäki in Vantaa, performance art festival, and we had the festival one time in this like old Lidl store, so it had these big windows onto the street, and they put table tennis tables in the window. And then all these kids, just like normal kids from Vantaa, were just like coming in off the street and being like, can we play table tennis? And you're like, yeah, you can play table tennis. And then they started to like look and be like, what is happening here? We're like, oh, well, we're having performance art festival. You're like, welcome to watch the performances. And then they did, you know, because a table tennis table can also be an invitation. And I think like for me, like if we want to, work with community, build community that doesn't only like include the people that we see every single time, then we have to think like what kinds of gestures like do those people maybe like want. What it's about desire also, like I desire to play table tennis, you know, and then maybe I also desire to like watch this performance, but like, yeah, if you would just like see like a flyer for a performance art festival, you might be like, oh, this is not an invitation for me. So yeah.
Absolutely. And also that's the thing also, how do we invite, like, can art be a part of like our lives so that we can combine people or like to it also, because it's about our lives and we take our lives and we take things into interest in so many ways. So then it's table tennis, then it's something else, but it still can be connected to art in some ways. Thank you so much. This was also a good, in Swedish it's åsnebrygga, but I don't know what it's in English because it's Asinsilta.
But can you translate it also to English just because it sounds so funny?
Yeah, åsnebrygga is like a donkey, what is
bridge.
It? Bridge, a donkey bridge. It's both in, but I don't know if there would be there's probably something in English as well. What was it? There was someone who said something in the chat. Right?
But it just brings you over from one topic to another, just in a
exactly.
very, easy way. Yeah.
How sad it hasn't not to do with donkeys, but yeah, connecting to like the younger audience and also like reflecting about our art spaces now, because I feel also that you kind of combine. There's so many like target groups, especially young people, who are like kind of automatically excluded into art spaces, whatever it might be, because of the gatherings, and there could be like some kind of inclusion towards it. And we also talk a lot about it, that we don't like direct into to the younger audience, but I feel that like, how is this relevant? It is the relevant question when we talk about like young people or like or even young artists are excluded from a lot of discussions. It's a very open question, but I feel like I want to hear like how is this relevant for you specifically? Is there someone who is really eager to start?
I can start. My favorite topic. Yes, I think it's very relevant. What was your question? If it's relevant to our, sorry, what was your question?
Yeah, it's like is this like a relevant question, or is this true, and how do you experience it mostly?
I think it is. I think it is depending. Like, I think now I'm going to be very, of course, from my perspective, very specific to dance and to kids. I think there is a field for like children's performances, but then I think there is and children's like stuff for children. But I think there is in the other field. I mean, there is many fields. I'm sure we all agree inside of this big bubble. But if we talk about, I think maybe the field that most of these platforms people, I assume, would be a part of. I think there is this hierarchy of stuff for adults and for other artists being like the main goal, and then the what we mentioned before, that children would be the side thing when we want to broaden the audience. And I think it's very, very sad. I think it's sad for both for children and for us, because I think we both lose a lot. I think there would be so much to learn from them again, and I think it's solely based on the idea of, since we know that children are creative, since we know that dance lives in all of us, and in so many of us it hasn't died as a child, that I think the ground is very fertile, and it's only based on these human created structures and ideas and hierarchies that has to do with like nonsense. Or like stuff that I think we could definitely. I don't think it's at all impossible. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's impossible to work with these things, because I think if we dive deep in it, I think most of us would agree. But it's a lot of like unseen structures that, in my experience, have not yet been the like topic to talk about in most spaces. I don't know if you others. I would be interested in knowing if you feel like it is a topic that is discussed, or if it's just me being a bit blind to it. Sorry, Antonia, that I'm asking a question now. I got
No, that's exactly how. That's a very take the wheel. What do the others think?
Yeah, I can respond a bit. Yeah, I think it's not discussed enough, and I wish for it to be, and it's been something that's been on my mind a lot lately. Also, yeah, thinking about this this word childism, and the exclusion of children from also political discussions. Yeah, we talked about activism. It's something I've been thinking about a lot, like right now, because I'm from the UK, and they're like the rights of trans children are like hugely under attack, and yeah, just like to also like bring some attention to the work that is being done by trans youth activists there, and like really to put the children who are doing the work, who are affected by these laws, it's not trans adults, it's trans kids, and like they are like really like doing this like hard work of also saying to like trans adults, like get out of the way and like put our voices first, and you can support, but this isn't about you. And I was really like inspired to see that. And I think like, yeah, I think, yeah, also there, yeah, I guess all of you here are in some way some form of a pedagogue, and I think like, yeah, I'm like, I think some of the most important people in the world are pedagogues, and like how can pedagogues who work with children like, yeah, put children's like voices, desires, kind of like the kind of art that they want to make, like how can we put that like to the front and not like kind of dictate it from this, yeah, like top position. And yeah, I would also just have one reference. There is this like beautiful book by this Madeleine Lane McKinley called Solidarity with Children, an essay against adult supremacy. And I just like, yeah, just like to make a nod to that, because I feel like so much of my thinking about this is like owed to this book that is really thinking about like how, yeah, how we can be in solidarity with children, and like face this kind of childish society. And also in that book, this really important notion that like she doesn't define who is a child. And I think in some ways like all of us are also children, and like youth is something that's also like stripped away from a lot of people for many reasons, like, yeah, including like the genocide in Gaza, for example, right now. So yeah.
Yeah, building on all the things both of you said, shortly, I've been working with Helsingin Harrastuksen malli with both like special needs kids for a specific project for that, and then like project money, and then also via Todellisuuden tutkimuskeskus. And I have this thing where I'm just like, I don't want to have any hanke anymore, any projects, because you know, we're both as adults and as children kind of being torn apart of things going on just for a year and applying for money. So, well, I'm a social scientist. I'm originally a social worker also. I've not worked with that in the specific, you know, but in different ways. And what I kind of just yearn for is continuity. And what does it mean to work in Finland, you know, because we have this notion of welfare state, and the welfare state also easily marginalizes us because it's so built up on structures. So it's very hard to kind of come into school institutions nowadays. I had a conversation with Amma yesterday saying how easy it was in Ghana to say, hey, I want to come to this school, and of course there needs to be, you know, safety for the school day, but we're all kind of pressed down with projects, with kind of short snippets of everything. And I think we're kind of depriving children from their possibility of continuity. And when there's less money, then we kind of put it into small spaces instead of having kind of long continuous paths. And I think that's kind of for all of us. And I think I still also want to say that there's something happening in my life where all of a sudden I kind of see this thing of like, we're not children anymore. And of course there was this perspective Nico brought up, but the kind of responsibility of the next generation. Like now we had these experiences, we saw this, what can we do? What can we give? And what comes to, there's such a big gap between, or there's hierarchy between, you know, you doing pedagogical work with specific groups, which requires so much knowledge. And there's a student I work with weekly because it kind of becomes a one-on-one every day. And that's kind of the continuous dance experience I have right now. So yeah, continuity. Children and adults need continuity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we all do in a way. If you think
Yeah.
about it, especially connected to like to art specifically,
Yes.
because it's an involvement, and it also so much is about, not the focus is not what you know, but also like especially what can we like, because we can't know, so we have to kind of engage in a different way. And that should also be regarding to younger generations and young artists. But another good bridge was to maybe the question about, because you have been working with students and younger generations, or are being engaged in one way or another, that and one of my questions were like, what do you think that makes art, specifically when we talk about art, feel like urgent or accessible or like meaningful, for instance, is more maybe the one thing that because we're talking a bit about art and meaning. Like what do you think is for the younger generation something urgent, accessible, or maybe meaningful? Maybe Amma can start.
I was again thinking of this thing of arts being such an amazing space for this interaction between children and the outside world, since they have this superpower already that it doesn't really require much. So I think, I think a lot of meaningfulness comes from being this expert in something in life, as there is so much other stuff that is decided for you, and as there is such a I think desire to be in your own light and be in your own interest in all of us for the rest of our lives, I think. But I think children having that at least one space to be able to fully do their thing. Again, of course, guidance is important and all of this. So I think that is one thing that makes it very, very meaningful. But was the question more like what kind of? No, I think I answered for
you
what
did. That's good. We don't. That was a exactly. I'm just mentioning that we also have like only 10 minutes of time. My weakness is time management, both in pedagogical or these kind of things. So that's why I would try to say this out loud as well. And we thought that we could also leave some questions for the audience as well. If there's someone who wants to comment on the question, Nadia or Nico, or should we go straight to the questions from? Let's do that. Yeah. Was there any questions from the audience?
So Antonia, there's already one that I posted.
Yes.
Do you think art institutions can truly support activist art when they are structurally invested in avoiding conflict and protecting consensus, especially in Finland? What can artists, activists, cultural workers do in this regard? And then just a reminder that you can only send questions if you are in the webinar link. So please come to the webinar if you wish to send questions. Otherwise, whoever is now as an attendee in the webinar, please send in questions for our lovely panelists.
Yeah, very good question. Is there someone who already straight away got some thoughts about it?
I can say like very shortly, like my short answer is like maybe no. But then there's like, what can artists, activist culture workers do in this regard? Then I think that we can like hack our invitations towards our own activist aims using our creative skills. And yeah, I don't want to be like too hopeful about that will always succeed, but maybe it will fail forward. So yeah, I continue to work in those spaces and try to hack them towards my own aims, because A, I want to be paid, and that's usually the way to be paid, and B, because then like I do think something can happen, but I don't necessarily feel that the aims of the institution really ever like actually align with mine.
I could maybe shortly say and chime into or like agree on what Nico said, that I think what I think many of us do, or I'm interested in this kind of discretion that people working in institutions have, like taking risks. Like, I can provide this space. It's usually happening in a way where it's not done very publicly. If it's done publicly, we're already like going, there's probably somebody is gaining something, or the institution is gaining some. Yes, you are a good institution because now these people can use the space. So it's all this kind of, what do I have? What can I give away somewhere? When it comes to artists, I think I would love to see artists unionizing. I would love to see artists cooperating with other fields and unions, and I think that's where we can be much stronger than where we are today, because otherwise we're just small individuals, and that's the kind of political work I hope to see. But I know a lot of people in institutions, and I know a lot of people of us have we have this small thing, so we can let this group rehearse in some space, or so I think that's something very important. And then of course share connections and knowledge.
Yeah. What about Ama?
I don't think I have an answer.
No. You don't need to at all. Not at all. I feel that I want to still also kind of give like the last, we have more like 4 minutes, but I just like something to just kind of, when we talk a lot about this kind of questions that doesn't have answers, or some type of like reflection, maybe frustration is like kind of in the sphere. Like when it comes to the art fields and activistic, or the thematics that we talked about, is there something like a short comment on like what gives you hope, or what motivates you? What is something that kind of gives you hope in these kind of topics? Is there someone who wants to start?
Maybe just that art cannot be taken away from us, and that it's somewhere in us. And then maybe secondly, just thinking about things from kind of a workers' rights perspective. I'm thinking of like the topic of care, and how much that has become like a curatorial thing, or topic for institutions. And maybe when institutions are wondering like, so how should we do this care thing now? I think when it comes from institutions, it should just be clarity, fair wage, clarity in what is the topic that the people are working with, what are the expectations. So somehow the discourse of workers' rights also for artists, and then in solidarity with other fields. Because if we have that kind of political work happening on the side, then I feel like I can also, with a good consciousness, concentrate on my art somehow, and not making these always kind of confusingly be mixed up in a way where I cannot stand behind it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. I think this question of hope is it feels like too much of a big one. I quite often like reference this book Another Day in the Colony by Chelsea Watigo, who is an Indigenous scholar from Australia, who says, sorry for my swearing, but she says fuck hope. And she talks about the dailiness and the kind of like, we are still here of Indigenous lifeways, and I think like this carrying on of like, we are still making art. Like when I see people making beautiful art, then I don't know, like hope just feels like so big a word in times of like genocide and like climate collapse, and I can't quite get there. But I feel maybe love or something for art and artists and people making art and doing art together. That's just something that I feel love for. So maybe I reframe the question. And
that's good. Please do. Please do.
Yes, I very much agree, and I was thinking of that I definitely feel hopeful often in when meeting children, because I think they have this. For example, I have this moment in one of my pieces for children where I asked them to say something kind for the water molecules of ourselves, so they will be happy, the water molecules. And then there was a child who said that they are loved, and one was saying that it's nice to be me, and just to say that this exists. Of course, we all know it, but yeah, I think those moments definitely remind me that there is just allow what already exists to come to surface. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree that especially use of hope, and also the description of this panel was also meaning of art, and I feel like that is the same kind of connection of like hope and meaning, that it's so like in this world and time and age, it always changes, and it's kind of also you have to kind of pick it day by day, in my opinion, that meaning of things and meaning what you do, especially when it comes to art, because it's connected to life. It can't like it's so fluid and open. But thank you so much. I'm 1 minute over. Wow, this must be a record. But thank you so much, Nico, Ama, and Nadia. It's been so fruitful for having this discussion. I've also learned a lot because it's very. So I have had my small notes for the future.
Thank you, Antonia, for facilitating so nicely.
Oh, thank you. No, it's you. You are the one.
Well, thank you.
Togetherness. Working together. Togetherness. Amazing. Let's dance. Amazing. Thank you so much, Antonia, Nico, Ama, Nadia. This was really important the whole day. All of these conversations about community and care and how do we actually make it happen have been so important. I really love this last round on hope. The children saying nice things to their water molecules almost made me cry. So that was really beautiful. Thank you so much. Again, once more, a reminder that all of these amazing conversations will remain in the archives and the stream, exactly because then you can revisit them or also share them, come back to some of the conversations when there is a good time for you. Friends, now we'll take a 10-minute break, after which we will continue into the last panel discussion of the day with the title, Finland is Pushing Us Out, Tools for Accountability and Care Towards Our International Arts Community. So again, a really important topic to discuss. But before that, please move your bodies or say nice things to your water molecules. That might be great. Take a few deep breaths, take some notes, rest and relax. Drink some water, hydrate, and we'll come back in a tiny break.
Noni.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of Stop Hatred Now 2026. My name is Sonja Lindfors. I am a choreographer and artistic director of Urbanapa, as well as Stop Hatred Now, and I am your host for this week. And I have the pleasure to introduce the next and final panel discussion of today with the title Finland is Pushing Us Out, Tools for Accountability and Care Towards Our International Arts Community, with Julia Chow Pei Liao, Patricia Carolina, Dalia Elbrul, and moderated by Shubhangi Singh. And do I have Julia, Patricia, Dalia here? Shubhangi, I already see. Warmly, warmly welcome. So good to have you here with us.
Hey, thanks so much.
Hello, hello, hello. Can I get a quick mic check from everybody? Dalia, how are you doing?
Doing good, Sonja. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Julia, how are you doing? Now you're muted. We can't hear you.
Sorry, modern technology. Hi, everyone. I'm doing well.
Amazing. Patricia, how are you doing?
Hi, Sonia. Nice to meet you and nice to be here. I'm good.
Amazing. Shubhangi, how are you doing?
Hey, everybody. Very excited for this chat today.
Amazing. It all sounds like it's working perfectly. So we are here behind the scenes to help you. If you need anything, you can just chat or say it out loud, and we're here to support you. Have a great conversation and welcome.
Thank you. And should I just start, or
yes, go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Amazing. I'm very happy to be here. I would like to first introduce myself. I am Shubhangi Singh. I'm an artist. I'd studied here and I did my master's here, and that's the context. And I have subsequently called Helsinki my home city over the last 10 years. And it'll be great if the co-panelists also could introduce themselves before I could lay the land for the conversation to follow. Perhaps Patricia would like to go first.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me in this conversation. It's the first time I also can attend part of the program of Stop Hatred Now. Yeah, I'm an artist, a filmmaker, cultural worker based in Oslo, in Norway. I hold a non-European passport, and because of those challenges, I joined as a working member of Verdensrommet, and that's what I'm sharing with you today, my contribution for that initiative. Verdensrommet is a network for and by non-European cultural workers in Norway, and we advocate and create and exchange tools for survival, but also for imagining possibilities for the cultural field. We have had the opportunity to collaborate and co-create these little infrastructures with partners in Finland, like Feminist Culture House, which previously were also speaking, and also Global, or no, what is the name? Sorry.
Global Point?
Yes, correct. So it's really, really nice to have the opportunity to be here.
Thanks so much, Patricia. Julia, can we hear from you?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Julia. I'm a senior event manager originally from Taiwan. I came to Finland to study sustainability in 2017, and I stayed to work afterwards. I initiated a reform migrant petition in 2021 to improve the Finnish immigration service, and I've hosted a workshop for Stop Hatred Now twice in previous years, and happy to join the panel today. Thank you.
Dalia, thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dalia Elbrul. I'm also a cultural worker, artist, activist, and researcher living in Finland for also about 10 years. And for the past 6 years, I've been working for Catalysti, which is an anti-racist arts organization for transcultural artists who have different ways of navigating in Finland and who also perhaps need networks and different kinds of support. And I also work and I lobby with the Finnish Parliament with a member of the Green Party, part of this Kumi project that's initiated by Kuvasto, where we discuss different issues within the cultural field to members of Parliament, and we discuss how they can help increase the budget that's allocated towards the visual arts. So happy to be here and to see all of you again.
Amazing. I also feel like this is also exactly why the intersectional conversation, I think, is going to make this a very interesting one. But before I begin, I'd like to thank Urban Upper for organizing people and gathering and bringing people and ideas together. I know it's not always easy, but it is valuable. Going forward, I was also thinking it's nice to kind of provide the lay of the land in terms of what we'll be engaging with in the conversation to come. Nearly every talk actually over this week of Stop Hatred Now festival would invariably and has invariably mentioned the funding cuts in culture in one way or the other, linking it to a multitude of discussion points, whether it's like the erosion of arts or the demise of the socialist dream where culture has been a valuable capital, or any other reasons to lament this loss. And as repetitive as it may feel, it is important, in my opinion, to not tire from it, to not turn away from it. For it provides details, that is, stacking testimonials, data, anecdotes, observations, that is indubitably worth its weight in gold, or worth its weight in culture, shall I say. Now, as this sort of capitalist crisis deepens, cutting through layers of carefully constructed societal economic balances, structural balances, equitable balances, it reveals a deeper structural failure, that of a place that is otherwise so preoccupied with being sustainable, or preoccupied itself with sustainability, which fails to see the connection between continuation, stability, and sustainability. Because sustainability does not grow out of parched land. No, it comes from a fertile and ecologically codependent environment, something that has to be tended to and nurtured to. And with this, development requires time. And so in this conversation, we'll be talking about rootedness, uprootedness, and passing the cultural landscape to as heritage or heirlooms, or what to do about ourselves at the same time. I feel like I want to start as a jumping off point. I would like to begin with the title of today's talk, Finland is Pushing Us Out. And just for the sake of an argument, or for the sake of this discussion, can I position this question to the panelists today as a question rather than a statement? In a sense, do you reckon that Finland, or the Nordics in this case also, is indeed pushing us out, whether it's bureaucratically, systematically? And what may be your reasons, your suspicion? What do you think? Why do you believe it to be true, or not for it to be true? And I think it could be an interesting starting off point for us to understand how you view, what your position on this would be. Can I invite Julia to respond first, if that's all right? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I do feel like Finland is pushing us out, especially after this current government came in to announce they have a big U-turn on the immigration policies, because they've been tightened the immigration laws for the past 3 years. And I also check some data. According to the Migri, the first time work-based residence permit application has declined like 25% compared to the previous year. So the 2025 compared to 2024. And then for this 3 months rule, so if you hold a work permit and you lost job for 3 months, or for specialists it's 6 months, they will revoke your permits. And for the number of the deportation decision they made in 2025 is 41% more than the number in 2024, which is a really alarming, significant increase. And one of the factors is the law change. And also they changed the law for the citizenship. So if you want to become a citizenship, you'd have to have a longer residency permit, residency period. And also if you claim the unemployment benefit more than 3 months in 2 years period, you will get a negative decision. So they are using all kinds of measures they can to push people out. And also there are less people coming in to Finland, and that is just a really bad situation, because Finland definitely need the immigrants for the national security, for the competitive advantage, and also for aging society. Yeah. So for me, it's not just a statement; it's just a fact happening in real time.
Thank you, Julia. And also just as a suggestion, at any point you would like to jump into each other's conversation, I think that could be interesting. Please feel free to. But actually, Dalia, would you like to take forward this conversation?
Well, I absolutely agree with Julia. Those statistics are alarming and depressing. And I can say, from the side of the cultural field, all too often language barriers are prohibiting people from not only full-time employment, but also even internships and part-time gigs. And I think the conversations have been revolving and been permeating institutions who have been receiving this information for far longer than the Orpo government has made it perhaps a more clearly defined racist strategy. But I think the institutions that held power have known about also these barriers and have done very, very little generally to make things easier for immigrant artists. I speak only for the cultural field because I think outside of that, I'm not an expert and don't have the ability to really critique, but I mean, generally speaking, at an unemployment rate of 11% in the whole country, when immigrants only make up a little over 7% of the country, yet bear 20% of the unemployment rate, you can see that it's whatever people want to rationalize, the brunt and the outcomes of these kinds of situations are held by immigrants. And I think the cultural field, those who have institutional power, need to really stop hiding behind timelines and difficulties and words like it's complicated and act.
I'd like to hear more on that, but I think I would have to return to that. Patricia, could you?
Yeah, I sadly agree with the statement. I wish it would be a question, but I think there is a lot of potential. Still, I don't think I want to follow the cynical side and say that everything is lost, because we are still here, and to protect what we still have, and why not even imagine what we can have together. In the case of Norway, I can maybe bring some examples of these hostile policies that are clearly pushing away not only artists, but people from the non-EU countries. I could maybe mention that in 2022, there was a proposal that came in the late, I think it was almost in the winter, a proposal that passed pretty quickly, almost without any resistance, that put in risk people who would come to study in Norway. For many years, Norway had the principle of free education for everyone, Of course, in the case of a migrant artist or a migrant person from non-EU, free didn't really mean free. You had to still prove a lot of income that maybe your colleagues would not have to prove, and also pay quite large immigration fees. But after 2022, they say that these fees would apply depending on the field, and this art education is extremely expensive. So now for a master's degree in Norway, you would have to pay, in arts, you would have to pay around 100,000 euros, in addition to prove another 35,000 to be considered to get a residence permit to study. And sadly, like, this got approved in a few months. And after this Minister of Education signed this reform, he got also charged for an economic crime, and he had to leave. But it was a lot more controversial for people in Norway, like, that he was a criminal. It was very destructive for the future of the cultural field here. And then he just resigned under this crime. It's something that I find ridiculous. So I would say that this was the most, or one of the most important gates for artists to move to Norway, the education gate. So as Dalia was mentioning, that is the case also in Finland. A lot of less people are interested to bring something in, or even try to move to Norway. And then those that manage have had to struggle, or like those that manage are also maybe super privileged, which is interesting to also mention when we are talking about intersectionality. It's not that this policy say no to non-European students, but it's say no to non-super privileged European students, not European students, sorry. So I think if I want to maybe keep the rest of my, of what I prepared for the later question, which gonna be about what we could do and how to allocate that responsibility that institutions have to, like, make these new gates and new bridges when others are closing.
Yeah, I think we can arrive at that, because I'm still kind of curious about this disparity in deportation, as Julia, you kind of mentioned, and Dalia, there are these challenges that are consistently posed, but at the same time, I don't know if you've been getting these, even with the unemployment dips, I don't know, and hardened laws. I'm not sure if you're receiving these targeted ads about that Finland Business is throwing out, or these boosted ads that work in Finland, which are all state apparatuses, by the way, are putting out, where they're luring or seeking talent, right? Like they're kind of like looking for people to come in for jobs that exist, obviously, because why else is the city sort of putting this out? But at the same time, there is this U-turn, as you say, Julia, that there is pushing out at the same time as bringing in. So there is more than a double standard, because obviously they're seeking some sort of like quote unquote skilled labor. That is not what they're what is currently available to them. In some sense, I wonder if this is also like the trope, that is the dangerous trope of the good immigrant that we are actually arriving at. Like there is some sort of a aspect of seeking the good immigrant, as opposed to what you characterized as the other that does not have these qualifications, these educations. And even if you have the education, they are not what they are sought within the development projection of the state. And so I wonder how much of this also you're considering within your work with either like Catalyst, because I want to actually bring Reform Migri for the ones who don't know Reform Migri or are familiar with it. I know you introduced it, but I think it was in 2021, no, Julia? They put out a petition that you're part of, where everybody, all of us, many of us are struggling with the immigration arm of the state, and very few of us really had access to it. Okay, so complaints and writing emails and whatever, like staying in the queues and meeting people, you kind of like can have an interaction with the person. But I think through Reform Migri, you are able to actually create a platform where discussion with even like the director of Migri, I suppose, and you can actually clarify this. You manage to kind of create a dialogue between them, holding them accountable to some of the questions that they were asked. And the Reform Migri also tended to ask why it is that things are so difficult when they don't need to be, or like how are you working in addressing, or how are you addressing like the challenges that are actually absurd. They're like a Kafkaesque situation that don't need to be. So somehow I wanted to bring Reform Migri in order to like address or like ask you the question of what it is that is a challenge in terms of like looking for the good immigrant, and why it is that we are in this position with being stuck with the bureaucracy rather than anything else at this point. Because right now we're just figuring like what it is, how do we get to the next stage of existing without this constant like instability that many others around don't have at the same time, as the same way as the immigrant, say artists or immigrants in general. Maybe can I invite Dalia into this? And please feel free to jump in to anybody else's. Thanks.
I don't know if I am going to make the right comment to your point, Shubhangi, only that it makes me think of this bar that all of us need to reach to get legitimacy, whether it's through employment grants or Migri. This bar is always raised. So for me, the bar itself is a sham, because there's no interest really, I think, to have immigrants somehow. I don't know what's going on, but when I first came to Finland, I could study here for free as an immigrant, as a non-EU passport holder. I could graduate, share my success, get the highest, value on my master's dissertation. Like I could be the model immigrant for sure. But then that's not enough now. So for others who are coming in, where now this bar has been raised, not only do you have to be a model immigrant, you have to never be unemployed or not more than 3 months. You have to, pass a language test, all these things. These thresholds that they keep shifting further and further away from immigrants, it's purposeful, because they just don't want. I mean, this is how I feel. Even though we have people who do not have a Finnish passport who are representing Finland in the Finnish pavilion, we have people who have really contributed. And I don't even think we need to have an argument about like who gets to stay because they contributed or didn't contribute. I hate this. But like, let's look at the fact that many immigrants are contributing with their nursing, with care work, with artwork, with, also working for associations, doing activist work that also, whenever you address those who are the most disenfranchised, you lift everybody up, right? And immigrants are doing this too. And I'm also not going to say that Finnish people are not doing this. They are also. But the majority and those who are making these decisions, like, they're the ones who I think just really don't want. And that's why none of these thresholds actually stay put, because immigrants can meet them, each time they make it harder because they don't want us to succeed. So, and then they want to blame us that we are the ones taking jobs or all this other stuff that you hear in a lot of US American rhetoric as well. So that's just what's going through my head when you said what you said. So I don't know if I answered any question.
Yes,
but
yes. So
yeah.
you're also saying like the goalpost is always moving. Isn't
Yeah,
that
because
right?
they don't want the game. They just play this game, but they don't want us to win.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Julia, do you have a word? Would you like
Well,
to
I
weigh
agree
in?
with Dahlia because, like, I think there's a big twist when if you come to the Finland maybe in maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and you think about, I wait for 1 year, then I can apply for the permanent residence permit, or 2 years I get a citizenship, and suddenly they pull a move for 3 or 5 years longer, and then you are also knowing if I lost a job in 3 months, I'll be kicked out of the country. It's really horrifying. Like knowing like you move across countries and try to build a life in a new country, and suddenly you might have lost everything you invested. This is just that cast fear on the immigrants community. And then also, I think the current government doesn't understand what they are doing is hurting Finland's future, because Finland needs immigrants, and they did promise to bring in more work-based immigrants, but they failed so badly because, as I mentioned, for the first time, work-based permit application decreased 25%, and that is a huge decrease. And then Finland doesn't. Also read about the birth rate is record low. Every year is record low. So if you don't, and the population growth is really rely on the immigrants. And if the country is not going to embrace the labor force bringing in by the immigrants, I don't know how Finland is going to do well in the future, especially we're doing so bad right now. And if we compare with the neighboring country, the Estonia is a small country. Finland is also a small country with a population less than 6 million. And Estonia is less than 1.5 million. But Estonia is a country who understand their position really well. Their immigration policy is so much more friendlier. And also, if I compare at the time, 4 years ago, when we have the refugee coming from the Ukraine, they are complaining about they have to jump through hoops to get the asylum permit and protection. And in Estonia, they don't need to jump hoop because their immigration service go to the shelter and help them fill in everything they need in 1 day, and they get the status in 1 day. That's what they're doing. And for Finland, like Dahlia said, they keep moving the pole, they keep raising the threshold. They don't really, they just send a message. It's not just pushing us out. They don't want us here.
But I don't know. I mean, this is the part that I am questioning. And Patricia, I think it'll be great if I can hear this from your experience. But I don't think it is an all-encompassing immigrants that they don't want, because this is my argument, or I am not sure, and I would love to hear if that is true, because I feel like there is a need for a certain kind of immigrants. And these immigrants also, may I add that a lot of other immigrants are also in proximity to whether like the power or control, and they are ambivalent to the other who are like maybe more disenfranchised or are not likely, they don't want to actually form an allyship. So I think there is a certain kind of immigrants that are desired and certain others that are not.
Yeah, can I just add one
please.
point? So about the economy contribution, the immigrants, the economy part that we contributed, minus the balance fees taken by the immigrants, we have a positive contribution to the society. And that is, I think the number is like 500 million euro or something. I have to check, but it's a positive one. And I just really don't hate the current government. They're pointing finger at the immigrants all the time.
Yeah.
And I could just say one thing to what you said, Shivani, because I do agree with you. I think there are certain immigrants they want because the country is highly transactional. And so if they can get from you, either you're bringing business here or you are from an esteemed university, typically located in the UK, you can jump over all the things you can bypass all the things and become the director of something, or you get the job right away, permanent contract, something. So I think you're right. It's not just all immigrants. There's definitely an intersectionality there, but I guess I still think that immigrants should have solidarity with each other, whether they got to jump over everything or not. So maybe this is also somehow why I speak somehow of like, even though I know it's not monolithic.
I agree. Patricia, would you be able to kind of tell us how it is? Because a lot of times Finland mirrors policies, laws that are already existing or pre-existing in Norway and Sweden largely. And so it is kind of interesting to see you are kind of in the future for us. If we are here, we know that whatever you have experienced more or less is what's coming. So kind of interesting. You speak from the future to us. Patricia?
I hope I don't cut. I hear that maybe my hear me well.
Your
No.
video is very glitchy, Patricia, at the moment.
Okay, sorry.
And we can also do so that Shubhangi, you ask somebody else a question, and then Patricia checks if you have a possibility to either change Wi-Fi, or it might be change location if you're somewhere deep within structures. That might also affect.
And I don't know if Sonia, if that would be okay to also just have Patricia go off the video.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, Patricia, try.
Probably this can help.
Yes.
Yep.
Amazing.
Thanks.
I changed my network, so hopefully that makes my voice clear. So yeah, I don't want to just echo what Dalia and Julia have said, but even though you, Shubhangi, mentioned the policies in Norway are being taken by Finland to be also implemented there, I have the same feeling about Norway. So I think it's really beneficial we exchange what we are going through and what are the scenarios that we are facing, because I think it's mutual. I know that the reform I mentioned about education and how it affected the cultural field happened much earlier in Finland. So it is terrible that Norway didn't see this coming and we were not better prepared to react. So that's the first point I wanted to say. And the other one about this hyper performance or this perfect migrant model, I think is not new. Sadly, I don't think it's like from the last governments. It's just like increasingly more cynical. And I think to maybe gather more of this data that you guys have and see and prove our points on how unrealistic what they are demanding is, can be maybe one of the tools we can have to protect ourselves for this bar to keep increasing and to keep being pushed in a very arbitrary way. I wanted to also just say that, like, there is an example of this. For example, now the immigration authorities rejected a few visas from colleagues of mine that were working in galleries and museums within Norway. This is, as you know, quite a specialized work. Even if you are in the reception or selling tickets, to get there, you probably need a master. Not everyone gets these jobs, but a lot of my colleagues have managed. But Norway all of a sudden decided that for their point of view, that's not a specialized work. And they denied visas from people that work in museums with full-time employment because they think, based on I don't know what, they think it's not reasonable, skilled to have. So I think when we talk about accountability, I believe that the institutions need to be super prepared to back up and to, like, for example, to have letters prepared for all of these institutions that hire people, like to say, excuse me, this is already above this bar. Like, and I think now in Verdensrummet, we are trying to create this letter that is the same letter that states some of these very important points of, like, what is the average income for a creative professional in Norway? What are the type of economies that creative professionals have? Like, often it's mixed, no? Like, sometimes you work a little percentage and then other percentage comes from honoraries. And at the moment, I don't know how it's in Finland, but it is not allowed for you to be employed and self-employed at the same time. There is no visa that allows that, which is, again, absurd when you are an artist. And artists from non-EU countries are still like making it possible to survive and make these incredible unrealistic profits that the immigration authorities ask. Yeah, I also wanted to, just to finish this part, say that when Verdensrummet was created in 2020, we had this slogan that we were just trying to reclaim the term like alien, because for a lot of immigration authorities, they just mentioned the migrants as aliens, and then we were just taking it and say that, yeah, these aliens of extraordinary ability, because to come to this country was already like challenging, but then like this extraordinary ability can be taken in both, in two directions, I believe, because it's like, of course, you are hyper performing, but that also in the long run gonna take all your energy. So I believe that more of that, like the bar needs to be not lower, but realistic. And yeah, that's.
Are you also saying that, I mean, this is also pushing it to some sort of absurdity, but if there is a status of alienhood, I don't know, statehood, alienhood, but would it make sense to just own it then, because as you did, because then that would mean that I'm not sure if we've tried integration and it's not really working. We've tried other things that somehow are always repelled. There has to be something that is completely gone sideways. Like we don't have 2 steps back and 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but like 2 steps sideways maybe is the answer. So perhaps like owning the alien and being like absurd and unknowable somehow is the only answer, perhaps. But I mean, it is a speculation, if at all. But I mean, I was just thinking, like, in terms of this Reform Migri, and I don't know if, Julia, this is something that you want to talk about, but to me, like, Reform Migri had a very, maybe it came at a time that I really also was maybe struggling with at the time, but it really was a very important petition that I thought it kind of made a change in a way that, or it had an influence in a way that a lot of us appreciated, having that not just proximity, but also the power to question something that feels like so big and so distant and so large and immovable in terms of like a structure that has, when you go to or this is true for every other place, but if you go to the immigration site, it has like a set of rules and it feels like a game, right? Like it's gamified, where you have to have these paperwork and this and that. And there is absolutely no way that you can jump things. Like it has to have a certain the only thing that is missing is a point system to this game. So Julia, Reform Migri to me kind of felt like it turned something on its head, where you kind of brought the person or like the maker of the game, you made them visible. So this kind of inversion was very interesting. And I'm kind of wondering if you would like to provide, because you probably, there are these testimonials on the webpage where you've actually gone and asked a lot of people exactly how you're saying, Patricia, that these challenges that every individual has, like the museum worker, for instance, these testimonials are now not just visibilized, they are datafied. Then you kind of like collect them in one large basket, in one repository, and say, these are people with stories and challenges. Julia, would you like to just jump in for a moment and tell us what it is, what kind of, what motivated the Reform Migri, first of all, and maybe not so much into this, but what kind of change did you reckon that kind of brought about? Because that helps us understand if these movements, even if they are transitional, transitory, they still have sort of a long afterlife, a long tail. So would you like to jump in for a moment? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, I have never done any petition before the Reform Migri. I did it in, I was so angry at the time. I was so frustrated at the time. So I just make an announcement, I'm going to do a petition on LinkedIn. And then I have a partner joining me, and then we start to organize it. And it just started to snowballing. And then there was organization reach out to me, said they will co-sign the petition. Like, for example, the Ancient Finland and the National Union of University Students and Suomen Yrittäjät, so the Federal Union of the Entrepreneurs. And also, I think in total is about more than 10 organizations. And so they're joining in. And I also got a support from the most famous entrepreneur in Finland, Peter Vesterbacka. So in the end, we wanted to have a panel discussion, and then the general of the Migri at the time joined. So we the main thing is we wanted people to know, like you said, that their stories, they are real people struggling with all this really not great immigration service, and I also want to raise the awareness among the Finns. For example, like my Finnish friends, and they will say they didn't know how horrible the situation was for the immigrants to try to settle and make a life in Finland, and they have we will be able to collect the story and send our request to the immigration service. I can say what concrete changes we made, because then after the government changes, like they make a U-turn and all the effort everyone did was gone. And especially the government is now taking in the feedback from the society, from experts. And but I think at the time it's like people feel like they are hurt, and there is a way to express their struggles, and they get support. And for example, at the time was the most well-known, or the ones that attracts the most attention is the nurse. Volunteer to do the intensive care for the time was COVID time, and then her permit was rejected, and she got a deportation. So Anuka, and her life was turned upside down for 2 years, and she fought for 2 years. Eventually, the court told the Migri they have to make this thing right for her, because they have no right. And they have to review the case, and she got everything fixed right with Migri, and the deportation decision was removed, and eventually she also get a compensation, a little bit monetary compensation, but of course it's nothing comparable. About 2 years turned upside down for nothing she did wrong. Yeah, so I think at the time it's more like for the community to come together, and that's I think it is the more concrete positive thing we did at the time.
Thanks. Talia, would you like to step in for a minute?
I always have something to say.
Amazing.
But I was thinking about how we could transition to this like hope or something or whatever, right? Because I think generally maybe everybody who's watching Stop Hatred now, like maybe they know many of these things. And I was thinking about working in the clandestine or in the secret, you know, and I think I'm interested in this. I think we're in a moment, perhaps, or maybe we've always been, where we cannot do everything publicly. And sometimes that means that we cannot also get the virtues of the publicness of our activism. We cannot. Not that anyone's doing it for that, but it's also economized in different ways, no? But I think working in the secret, working in the clandestine, and helping each other, where only maybe the people you're helping really know what you're doing for them, whether you're an individual or an institution, I think this is something I'm thinking a lot about, you know. What are the letters we can write? What are the couches we can provide? What is the legal blurriness we can make more blurry? I don't know. I don't know what people are willing to do, but I do think that taking some risks historically for different sorts of moments of equity is without, like, it just goes without saying, you know. I think we have to do some things that we cannot talk about. Yeah, and I won't talk about them.
But then in which case, I feel like this seems, like I said very early on, this is a conversation that I feel like needs months and weeks to actually unpack, and which is why this hour and a half, as I'd mentioned, it feels like speed walking through a very past conversation. But regardless, I wonder if there's a way that we can also find somehow to trail off, but I would prefer to not trail off with just hope, because hope to me seems intangible at this point, even though I'm pro hope. But I would also like to understand from you if there are some sort of ways to how to activate ourselves or to articulate this activation. Like if there are ways that our needs or rights or demands can be articulated, what would it be that you would like as a tool to, because I think letters, as you mentioned, both Patricia and Dalia, you both kind of mentioned, it is necessary because there's a lot of shifting the accountability to individual and smaller informal groups, and institutions kind of just saying, okay, you guys got it, right? And somehow we don't got it. we are absolutely at somehow, because especially when there is like COVID and wars or whatever, we do not quite have the safety net that I'm glad our Finnish friends have that. I am very happy that our European friends have that. I want that as well. And I would like that for the rest of us. So in which case, as you can see, it becomes very visible, this sort of disparity, this unequal or lack of equity becomes very visible, and the chasm is sort of like growing. How would you can you provide us with like some sort of a tool that we can actually take away once we leave this grid? Patricia, would you like to please start? Thank you.
Thank you, Shivangi. I think a lot of things have been said, and we could, keep going, definitely. But I think if I can just give some points on what we have mentioned, I first wanted to agree with you when we talk about hope. Maybe it feels so distant. It's the same as fear, no? Like it doesn't maybe bring so much action. And I think to have concrete ways to move is important for real change. And I believe that this change needs to happen in different layers and in different ways. Like, by the one hand, we as the non-EU cultural workers need to have genuine spaces to recharge, as I think Michel was talking about that earlier in the presentation he gave. And I think like sometimes the institutions only create these temporary spaces that they manage, and it's like many times precarious people get weaponized. Like, okay, we're gonna put you in our program to have this 30-minute safe space, and then they do nothing. So maybe more sustainable ways to occupy and to use the infrastructures of institutions is like to take over for some periods of time. The things that they have. I mean, for example, Verdensroma doesn't have a physical space, but last year we organized a program where we just reached different institutions around Norway and asked them for their spaces to do our own agendas. And that was not, as Dalia was saying, that sometimes things need to be close. But then there is also this other part that needs to be changed, which is the immigration regulations. And for that, you need the unions involved, you need like the art institutions involved. It's more bureaucratic. And I believe, as I said, maybe shared data that we can exchange between the Nordics to like say that our cases are not exceptional. We are also artists. We come from different countries and we have to face different challenges, but the bar that they are asking is unrealistic because the income for artists in Finland is this, in Norway is this, in Sweden is this. I think maybe a shared data tool between us could be something interesting. What else? Like, this letter. Just thinking about those concrete goals. Also, before maybe I leave, or maybe we give our last comment, I wanted to quickly mention that there is this convention by the UNESCO that say that this not only like diversity has to be protected, but diversity coming from different countries in our countries need to be preserved. I think I really invite you to read it. It is called, Finland and Norway have signed it and suppose that they are committed to protect this. It's called the Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Finland signed it in 2006 and 2007, and Norway in 2006. So over there, they say that these states have the obligation to create infrastructure for what they call external artists and cultural workers.
You mean the aliens?
Yes, the aliens.
But I think Sonia has a suggestion. While Julia continues, could you put the link on the chat, please, for everybody? Thanks so much. Julia, could you give us perhaps a tool that we could actually chew on after we leave? Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's very important that you join a labor union or some community. Then there are people have more experience than you dealing with all the different kind of stuff, so you can ask for proper help. Because I'm also part of some Facebook group, and like expats or foreigners in Finland and others. And then I saw people ask questions all the time, but then they get like a mix of right and wrong answers. So, and I'm part of a union, and I have seek help from union quite often, and they have lawyers, and they do give me like really a lot of help. And then also, if you are joining a community like artist community, or and then you can get a proper help that you are not so confused with the mix of answers online. Yeah, and it's also like when you're part of a group, of course, it's more individual join together, then you have more power and more influence. Yeah, so it's very good at this kind of really bleak time. It's good to come together.
Yeah, that's a very, very significant thing. Yes, I would also suggest, I would echo what you said. Please join unions, collectives, organizations that work for artists. And I think this is one of the, and please contribute or be active is also secondary to joining, because it is essential to have sort of a amplified voice and support system. But Dalia, do you reckon you have something for us to take back?
Yes. Because I saw also Sonia's question, like, how could institutions help? And I think it's just really important for institutions to invite people from these different unions, people from the different communities who they are looking to help. I think they should invite them in for a meeting to discuss what are the ways that the institution can help them. Sorry, I'm getting so much direct sunlight here. And I think that the meeting should be paid for, because I think that many people who go to meetings, if you're in an institution, you automatically are paid for that time. But myself, many times representing Catalyst or different things, of course, I go to meetings and I don't get paid and I don't get lunch and I just go. And I think that it's important to recognize that the labor is also economically unevenly distributed. And I think institutions have space, they have keys, they have mail addresses, they have infrastructure that, for example, artists associations don't always have. They could seriously offer their space, their mailing address, different kinds of infrastructural things, tools that people need. So these are just some things that come to the top of my head, but I think it's very important to invite those people who you want to help in, pay them for their time, and then do the things that they ask. Or you can, if you don't have the money to do things like that, you're a small institution, you can make, different kinds of forms and more democratic ways of voting, put it out there, see what people respond, what are the things that they want, put a poll out there, find out the ways to reach them. I think the labor often on the most vulnerable is put back on the most vulnerable to come up with the solutions. And though those people might have some solutions, I also think it's really important for the institutions to donate their time, almost like a legal entity where you have a pro bono practice as a certain percentage of the work you do. I think each institution should have a certain percentage of the work they do as a pro bono practice, where they somehow do lobbying work, where they're advocating for certain equity, certain rights for disenfranchised populations. However, they want to restructure these things, but if they want to do something, they have to start now. And I think that, yeah, that's maybe right now what I think. Yeah.
I don't quite have a parting thought, because I feel like all the aspects that you have actually brought out, they were absolutely articulated in a way that I don't see any reason why I should be tying them. I will just say, however, just two things. One is I agree with the fact that, but the more institutional hands off also brings in exploitative labor that we have to consider. When it gets more and more ambiguous, things start to coagulate in a way that it becomes invisible. They also bring in an exploitation of labor that is going to be extremely difficult to manage if it isn't already happening, which it is already happening. So if there is a way to actually defend the rights, it probably was yesterday, you know. So we still have possibly like the possibility to come together and continue defending this, because there is no absolutely other way to do this. That's point number one. And the second is, I would like to thank you immensely. And I feel like this sort of like this conversation, I was already interested in hearing earlier, but I am interested to hear more even further. And thank you so much for this, like very, very fueled, very interesting, and the amount of effort and time and energy you've brought into this conversation. And thanks, Sonia, Urban Upper. Thank you. Stop Hatred Now. Thanks so much for the chat, everybody.
Thank you. Wow. So important. Thank you, Julia, Patricia, Dalia, and Shubhangi. And just kind of like a contextualization note that we really tried to, for example, get an expert from MIGRI to join the conversation. We really tried. And I think it was so telling how hard it was to find somebody who would have the expertise. So coming from also yesterday's institutional day where we talked about power and accountability, I really feel there is a lack of understanding of the dire situation that international and our immigrant artists, like international artists, really face. So even those of us who kind of like have different connections or ties to different parts of the world, sometimes we really don't understand, as was mentioned, that the goalposts are all the time changing. So now there was so many like concrete takeaways. I think it was a great idea, Dalia, that okay, maybe there should be a pro bono percentage that is kind of like really already budgeted in the institution's yearly schedule. Yesterday's first keynote by Natasha A. Kelly, there she was saying that care work needs to be also budgeted. It really needs budgeted time, energy, resources, spaces. Otherwise, it doesn't happen. If it's just papers or like beautiful thoughts or visions and it doesn't like move into the concrete actions, then it actually doesn't matter. But thank you. And once more, a reminder that all these conversations will stay online exactly because of like the fact that we need to disseminate this information more. Let's keep the conversations going on. I'm really hoping that now all these important thoughts will lead to concrete actions that maybe we can, all of us who are working in some kind of like communities or institutional context, will take a tiny moment or a bigger moment to really think about what can we do already today or tomorrow or next week. So once more, thank you, Julia, Patricia, Dalia, Shubhangi, and thank you, dear audience. So friends,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This has been such an intense and great day. And now just a reminder that this is only our second day. So we have 3 more days to go. And now just a reminder that we have 2 amazing workshops, all free of charge tomorrow. One is online and one is on site in beautiful Suomenlinna, and they both still have space. So we have an online workshop with the title Rehearsing Ethical Positionality as Artists in Relation by Nico Werden, who was already talking today in one of the panels, and Parya Mohajerani. And then we have an on-site workshop on the politics of producing across borders by Karishma Bagani. And that will happen in Suomenlinna in Hiab Spaces. So please, please, please go to our website, stophatrednow.fi, and sign up still for these workshops. And then, of course, another thing is that if you like Stop Hatred Now, please show it. Please give us feedback. Let us know where we did well. Let us know where we can do better. If something felt good or if something felt a little challenging, let us please know. Also, please share our stream. Send your friend or colleague or somebody who might need to hear this. Probably that's everybody. We all need to talk about equity and diversity and inclusion more. And remember that you can always jump into the stream for just a bit, even a half an hour or so, to listen what is going on. So that is it. Thank you so much for today. And please go and check out the full program in our website, stophatrednow.fi. I'm Sonja Lindfors, and this was Stop Hatred Now 2026, Day 2.